Woo, woo, woo. What up, everybody? Welcome to the Gray Matter NFL Draft Spectacular. You'll have to excuse the look on my face. Somehow, some way, I just got the fucking hiccups. We're gonna fight through it, though. Roger and Carrie should be joining me later. I know Carrie's going to be joining me because him and I have already spoke about this. The draft has officially begun. That means... Flea, what up, homie? That means Jacksonville's on the clock, and we all know Jacksonville's taking Trevor Lawrence, so it's time to roll the fuck up, baby. And for all you NFL fans, today's Christmas. Draft day is Christmas morning for NFL fans. We're about to unwrap our new shiny presents. I want Carrie and Roger to pop in because we got to talk about the fact that Aaron Rodgers wants out of Green Bay now. This is a big fucking deal. Like, where the fuck is he going to go? Green Bay front office already said that they are not going to trade him within the division. So that means AFC. Yeah, we don't know where the fuck we don't know if Nice is going to show up tonight or not.
Yeah.
Welcome to our first annual Draft Spectacular, homie.
That's goody. I know. This is great.
So, I got the hiccup, so you have to excuse me. I don't know how this happened. And, I literally just got off the golf course, so I am unprepared. I did not know I was playing golf today, and nor did I know that when I got off the golf course, I was going to get text messages from everybody who watches football who says, "Did you see the Aaron Rodgers thing today?" And I was like, wait a minute, what Aaron Rodgers thing today?
Oh, yeah. That shakes some shit up.
So Gutenkoots, or whatever his name is, has already said that they realize they're going to have to trade Aaron Rodgers, and they will not trade him within the NFC.
Oh, so he would have to go AFC.
So that limits it down to 16 possibilities. So where?
Denver.
They're already New England with all their draft capital, and Stephon Gilmore.
New England can pull that shit off. Oh my god!
With all the talent they just added, New England's going to win a Super Bowl. The hoodie would be vindicated,
and it would forever answer the question: what would it be like if Rodgers played for the hoodie?
Yeah, but then you'll also get new questions of, well, can Belichick really do it on his own because he went from Brady to Rodgers? It's not like you didn't have a top 3 all-time quarterback on your...
Well, let's see what it looks like this year. Let's just say Cam remains quarterback. Now he's had more time with the offense, and you have all these people coming back who opted out, so we'll see.
Yes, but even more than Tom Brady being a free agent last year because of Tom's age and physical limabilities.
Yeah.
This is Aaron fucking Rodgers, dude. I'm the biggest Tom Brady fan on the planet, but this is Aaron goddamn Rodgers, dude.
Oh, I know. He's different.
He's different. And we've already seen it that in the new NFL, quarterback's going to last into their 40s if they want to, so.
Yep.
He's easily got 5 to 7 more years on him.
He's coming off an MVP season.
At 37.
Yeah.
So he's got years in him.
Yeah.
I could see him ended up in New England.
Huh.
I could see it because they can give up Gilmore.
Give me some cheddar.
And then they could also give up some draft capital.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, when everybody woke up today, no NFL GM woke up today and said, all right, let's put together this plan for Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
They were worried about the draft.
I mean, but San Francisco, they have a sweet deal. You get the number 3 pick. They probably have to give up 2 more number 1s.
But they just gave up multiple number 1s to move up to 3. So what number ones are you talking about? 2028?
Yeah. Yeah.
This really put it, because honestly, if San Francisco would have been in the running, they probably would have landed it because of all the pieces they had until they made that move, right? So the breakdown apparently occurred between Rodgers and the Packers GM and front office over the contract extension discussions, and he said, "That's fuck it, I'm out of here. Fuck this shit. I'm done."
Because like I was saying, I thought they should have backed up the Brinks truck. Get this dude what he wants.
Especially after all the rumors of getting rid of him last year,
Yeah.
and then him playing the way that he did with basically only Devontae Adams.
Exactly.
You know, real football fans know this. Yeah,
Have some of his best linemen get hurt
yeah.
for a good chunk of the season. Yeah. Yep.
So, we talked about this on Tuesday. I mentioned it. Gutekunst is going to Jerry Reisdorf himself.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Aaron Rodgers didn't win 6 fucking titles, and this isn't Tom Brady.
Right.
But he's doing the same thing that Reinsdorf did and trying to prove that it's me, and it's not that guy, it's me. And I hate to tell you that Gutekunst, especially look at all the quarterback talent in the draft this year, and you moved up to draft that guy last season.
Oh my God. And moved up to get him.
Moved up. And you know, Carrie, moving up in the NFL draft in the first round is a very costly act. No, even if you're trying to move from like 34th back into the first round to catch somebody at the end, it's still going to cost you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This is incredible, man. I did not expect Aaron Rodgers to be available this season. I thought it was going to happen next year.
So this has very much so been a wild card. Because this now changes the conversation in many rooms.
Dude, it changes everything. It changes the whole league except Tampa Bay and Kansas City. That's it. And then we talked about this already with Deshaun Watson. Like, which teams wouldn't take him if they could? And there was like 3. And the same thing. This is Aaron fucking Rodgers. There's going to be probably 2 because the Chargers might look at it at Justin Herbert and be like, I don't know, man. It's Aaron Rodgers. I think you'll understand why if we do this to you, right?
Ooh.
I wouldn't because I'm such a huge Herbert fan.
No, because you gotta let Herbert rock.
Yeah, his potential has been proven to be unlimited at this point.
Yeah, I gotta let Herbert rock.
But this is Aaron goddamn Rodgers, dude.
I get it. But nah, I gotta commit to Herbert. Now, if you want to go to the Giants, hey, that's fine. Daniel can sit on the sidelines and learn something.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You got Tampa Bay, who's not going to give up on Tom. He just brought them a title. It's Tom fucking Brady. That's the one. And then Patrick Mahomes. It's Patrick Mahomes, dude. Every other team in the league would make this move. And who, as soon as you guys texted me that, because this has been going on for a couple of years now, this Aaron Rodgers and this GM not getting along.
They've been beefing. Yeah.
So as soon as I saw that, I instantly thought about Seattle. I'm like, wow, they're just going to swap Russell Wilson for.
What about that? It's a possibility.
But Gutekunst, being the terrible GM that he is hell bent on not trading him within the NFC. So that leaves you with Denver. So is Denver now going to ship Teddy Bridgewater off to fucking Green Bay?
Right. But also, see, that's so weak that a GM wouldn't trade him within the NFC, not even in the division, because if you're saying that I'm better than you,
then it doesn't matter where you trade him to, right?
It shouldn't matter. Exactly.
That's an excellent point, because if it's really you, it doesn't matter where he goes. And you would want to see him twice a year.
Yup, just to show and prove. Like,
see, now, Kerry, this goes to show you see the difference between GMs making moves and then football players making moves. Football players always want to stick it to the team that fucked them over. Oh, no, I want to see them twice a year. To where you see GMs be like, nah, I'm not trading him within the division. I don't want to see him twice a year. Well, what? If he's really that good, then why don't you fucking keep him?
Favre had to go all the way to the AFC, to the Jets, to come all the way back.
To make it to Minnesota, right?
Yeah, man, it was like a throwaway year. It was, you know what I mean? Yeah, that was ridiculous.
I ain't going. I'm not mad though because I did get to go to 2 Jets games that season. So
He wasn't one of them.
yeah, I did get to see old Brett Favre in action live.
Oh, yeah, it was good. It was good.
Yeah, it
I've
was.
seen Brett and I've seen Aaron. When I saw Aaron Rodgers live, I was like, that's the best arm I've ever seen.
Yeah,
Accurate.
it was funny because the year that I got to go watch the Patriots play a lot, and the Jets because of my homie being a Kerry Rhodes' homie.
Oh, Louisville.
Yeah, motherfucking Tom Brady was hurt that season, dude. And I ended up having to watch Matt Castle play quarterback twice.
Got Randy Moss though.
Yeah, no, I've got to see Randy Moss in college play for the Vikings and play for the Patriots. Because whenever didn't he go to the Vikings twice? Didn't he make a return trip to Minnesota for like a season for like 8 games or something like that?
Second, yeah.
Yeah, because when Brett Favre was in Minnesota, he played with Randy Moss.
Right.
And I got to see Brett Favre. Oddly enough, I saw Brett Favre as a Jet, and then the next season I saw him playing the Jets, and Vikings had a Monday night game, and I ended up with tickets to that game and saw Brett Favre play again in Meadowlands Stadium, this time in a Vikings uniform.
And I get it, you know, New Orleans, they needed that Super Bowl. They were just coming off, you know, Katrina and all that, but the Vikings would have won the Super Bowl that year if it wasn't for, like, you know, Bounty Gate and all that shit, you know, because AP was having a great season. Favre was having a dope season.
The defensive line was beast.
Yeah, they would have won the chip.
Remember they had Kevin Williams? Just big dudes up front. That was before Kevin Williams ended up going to Buffalo for a while and just being a beast up there.
So I really believe they would have won. They would have won that thing. It would have been good to see AP get one too.
Yeah, it's funny when you get to see these guys play in person, right? Because like I never got to see Tom play in person, so we go and watch Pittsburgh, New England play at Pittsburgh, and like you said with Aaron Rodgers, there was a couple throws that when it left his hand, I just looked at my brother and was like, "See, this is why I told you he's the greatest of all time." Did you fucking see that? The ball, the action come out of his hand. Did you see that shit? And then the other note from it was just how freakishly huge Gronk actually is.
Oh, yeah.
He was bigger than every other player on the field. Like D lineman, O lineman, he was significantly taller than all of them. And I was just like, I just had to see it in person. I had to see it. Because he looks big, but dude, he's so much bigger in person.
Monster.
Huge. Like, it didn't make any sense. He's standing beside his 2 tackles, Marcus Cannon, and I forget who the other one was at the time. And half of his helmet was above theirs. And I was like, that's the fucking tight. He runs like a 4.5.
That's sick.
And has some of the best hands in the league, and he's bigger than all of you.
Think, like, how many times he got injured. Like, how many games he lost, and still the numbers that he put up.
Yeah, look at the career he put up with all the games he missed, and then all the games he played hurt.
Sure.
It's almost 2 full seasons of games he missed.
Sure.
You know, that's...
I remember telling you during last season, I said, Gronk is kind of looking like old Gronk, and they're going to need that. It's going to change. And then they started finally switching to Tom's offense, and Gronk.
Oh, so hold on one second. I got a medicated pizza in the oven. Shout out to our sponsor for tonight's show, My Mom's Medibles. I'll be right back, but the thought I want to talk about when we get back, the fucking Bucks found a way to do it, dude.
Yep.
They re-signed everyone, including AB. They brought AB back, which is...
AB is back. I know, they did it.
So, yeah, I'll be back in 1 second, dude.
Like the draft is about to kick up. Really don't know. Okay, we got 8 minutes. Jacksonville has 8 minutes. Why is it going to take them 8 minutes? We all know. Everybody knows they're taking Lawrence. It should not take. They should already turn this damn pick in already. I don't know. Jacksonville still hasn't made their pick yet. We all know that they're going Lawrence. Why? Like, what are you?
I hate it when they do this shit. I fucking hate it when they do this. When we know who you're picking, why take all 8 minutes, all 10 minutes?
Why are you wasting our time, man? Like, we want to get to pick 3 because that's when the draft starts.
Yo, do you think the NFL makes them take their time so that they can stretch the shit out as long as possible and get all the advertising money they possibly can?
I wouldn't put it past them.
It's the only thing that makes sense because they've literally said they sent Trevor Lawrence the playbook like 3 months ago.
I don't understand. Like,
just once, I would like to see them be like, "All right, Jacksonville's on the clock," and then the guy already be standing there like, "Come on, we know, come on, get him, come on, get him."
Thank you. And let's be done. The draft starts with pick 3, San Francisco, and then we really see what the bullshit Atlanta's going to be on.
Unless Jacksonville is fielding a call from the Green Bay Packers. That's the only justifiable fucking action. And they're not. It's not happening. But
Urban Meyer accepted the offer to go to the pros specifically for Trevor Lawrence.
That's what I'm saying. The only reason it should take this long, unless the NFL is making them do this, is if Green Bay's on the phone like, "Yo, we'll take that number 1 pick.
Yeah.
And a couple more, you can have this guy."
So I hope the Jets don't do bullshit.
Dude, this is the wildest shit ever. I still can't. It's Aaron fucking Rodgers, dude. He just won the MVP.
No, he just won the fucking MVP, and he does not want to be there.
He just won the MVP with literally one other stud, and then just a bunch of cast off that he made it relevant because he's him. Dude, they were just talking about Julio making his way up to Green Bay and pairing Julio and Devontae with Aaron Rodgers, and now this.
Yeah, you don't want to be there.
Wow. I mean, we knew this. He didn't want to be there last year.
Nope.
How you make the NFC title game and then you trade up to draft an unproven quarterback? Unproven. It wasn't like it was Lawrence fell to you and you had the chance at generational talent.
Not from like a true
yeah, it wasn't like Alabama or something like that, or like USC. It was fucking, wasn't it like Utah State?
Yeah, Utah State or some shit. Yeah. That was very confounding.
I mean, if I was Aaron Rodgers, would you be pissed off?
Oh yeah, he was so pissed off. He was like, "Fuck it, let me win this MVP. Let me show you. Let me remind y'all."
I mean, you had to have seen this coming for him to play as well as he did after they did that to him in the draft. And then make it to the NFC title game again and then run into a Bucs team that wasn't losing to anyone through that playoff run, dude. It wasn't happening. They were on fire.
Not ball putting your hands on 4th down.
Exactly. Whole bunch of issues there, and then you go into contract negotiations and you just won an MVP and prove that you are playing at the highest level in the NFL right now, and your contract negotiations have stalled. I'd be like, yo, apparently they were just like, well, go host Jeopardy. Now, if they actually said that to him,
but they don't really know that he's really all about that.
Yeah.
And he'll do that, and he'll be happy doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, they were apparently, like, the rumor about the discussion was that they weren't going to trade him to anyone. Just go fucking host Jeopardy if you don't want to play football.
Wow.
So look at they're literally willing to Nero the organization to the ground and burn that shit to the ground instead of getting whatever you could out of a once in a generation talent, which would be a lot.
Because if you just let that walk with no ROI, return on that investment, then you set your franchise back easily a decade, because Jordan Love ain't it.
No, you're going to lose your job. You're going to get fired for that shit.
You need to get fired for that. Jordan Love, he couldn't even be the backup. It was some other cat who I don't even know his name. Some cat we don't even know was the backup.
They didn't even put Jordan Love in a uniform.
Yeah, so he couldn't even win the backup job. So
Kerry, he couldn't win a roster spot. He wasn't even holding the clipboard.
Yeah, man. So, and you moved up to get that.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the whole world saw you were maybe one or two pieces away from from a Super Bowl appearance at least.
You tell me they don't have another like consistent, viable threat on the other side to pair with Adams. I mean, because I like Scantling gives you some speed, Lazard gives you some blocking, and he's tall. But I mean, if you could combine both of them,
then you'd have a real threat.
We have a real threat.
I mean, dude, imagine him with like a real number two. Anybody, you could throw out any real number two in the league.
Right. Like even if you had Juju, like Juju Smith.
That's what I'm saying. Anybody, Jarvis Landry, Juju.
Jarvis, the ultimate number two.
That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine he played with like Anquan Bolden back in the day.
Right.
You know, somebody like that.
Yeah. So yeah.
Even Larry Fitzgerald, when he moved in from the one position into the two spot and started playing out of the slot. Anybody, any help.
Exactly.
It's amazing, dude. I can't believe they did this.
Yeah, man, they tripping.
They're always held up to such high standards as an organization, too. Like, they're run so well. But this whole... All right, so let me ask you something. Do you think not having an owner and a voice at the top hurts them in situations like this?
Yes.
It has to, because you don't have somebody being like, yo, GM, shut the fuck up.
Exactly. Yeah, like, nah, we not doing that.
Oh, they finally made the pick.
About damn time.
Dude, they took all 10 minutes, so that's telling you, the NFL's mandating them to do this. Oh my God, who's it going to be? We all know picks 1 and 2. Can we just skip to number 3?
Trey Lance. That would be the funniest thing.
It's not going to be. You don't.
I know it's not, but I would die laughing.
Dude, Gary, it's very rare that you have an athlete who's touted at every single level as the best, who just continues to be the best.
Oh, I know.
Number 1 prospect in high school, balled out, state championships, goes to Clemson, number 1 prospect, balls out, national titles. Now he's the number 1 pick. And
you know who was right behind him or right there with him the entire time? Justin fucking Fields.
Yeah. But this guy right here has just been from day one, though.
Explain to me how he's not the second quarterback that should be taken then.
Nah, because it's funny. And we're fans. We've been watching it. We've been doing this for decades, where we pay attention to the draft like it matters, right? And you know how many times this happens? There'll be a workout or an interview or a test, and all of a sudden somebody said, and word spreads amongst the scouting circles, and this guy just shoots up the fucking board out of nowhere, or the exact opposite, and they tumble.
Oh wow, Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, so shocking. Nice. Look at Aaron Rodgers as a perfect example of tumbling the opposite way.
Going all the way down to 22.
22 when he was going to go at 1, but they said he was cocky and arrogant.
Yeah, so they took Alex Smith, who just retired.
Yeah. And that other guy's Aaron fucking Rodgers, for Christ's sakes. Oh. Same thing with Laramie Tunsil. One picture of him smoking a bong and he fucking almost fell out of the first round, dude.
Crazy. And the Giants actually had an opportunity to snag him. I was like, get him. Get him. He smoked.
Even with generational talents, it happens, because Randy Moss should have been the first player off the fucking board.
Easily.
And everyone knew it. Everyone knew he was better than everyone.
If it wasn't for Charles Woodson, Randy Moss would be a Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah, easily. It's just, Chuck had that year, man. He had that year.
Had a special year, yeah.
He had the special year, Kerry, and he had the definitive play.
But then look at that, those Heisman finalists, all Hall of Famers.
Yeah, all of them. All of them.
And you don't get that a lot.
No, that class was special, dude.
That class, everyone who was up for a Heisman.
Well, Ryan Leaf didn't win a Heisman. I mean, he didn't go to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah, Ryan Leaf was a finalist, too.
Ryan Leaf was the only one.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, well, he was, I hear he's doing better now in life.
Yeah, no, he's like a life coach, and he does counseling for for the NFL,
Right.
which makes sense. You'd have to have somebody who fucked up their NFL career to speak to these kids about not fucking up their NFL career.
Well, you have to remember too, like during the late '90s, there would always be like a couple quarterbacks, and they would try to compare and who should go number one because it was Peyton Manning, and it was Ryan Leaf, right? You had that. Remember Rick Myra was up
Yes.
there, and then Drew Bledsoe, and they were like, well, who should? Rick Myra didn't even have a career. I mean, he didn't even have a career at all, and that's when he went to Notre Dame.
Everyone thought he was going to be Joe Montana Jr., dude.
They said he was going to win 4 Heismans.
Yeah.
I think it was Beano Cook who said that. Who said he was going to win 4 Heismans. This is insane. Yeah, he didn't make it. Heath Schuler.
Yeah, Heath was highly talented. He ended up being a senator or a congressman.
Senator. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you know who else is in Congress? Anthony Gonzalez.
Anthony Gonzalez, wide receiver for Colts.
The Colts, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes on Pat McAfee's show all the time from his office in whatever his state capital or whatever. It's hilarious.
He had a decent career.
Yeah.
I thought he would play longer. He kind of got out the game.
Well, I mean, I think
Concussions?
he had a couple, but I think the whole Austin Collie thing also made Anthony Gonzalez be like, you know what, I need to hang it up because this guy is in a coma every other fucking week.
Ollie was getting cracked.
And you remember they were teammates, so he got to see it firsthand.
He was getting cracked constantly.
Ah, see, Flea, this is why I like knowledgeable people in the chat. Ron Paulus.
Ron Paulus, yes, that's who. Yeah. Ron Paulus, yeah. He was supposed to be the one who was winning all these damn Heisman's too.
Yep.
He flamed out.
I mean, it just goes to show you the complexity of running an NFL team, being the quarterback, how difficult it really actually is.
Right.
And then we talk about this all the time, and they still don't really talk about it in the NFL that much on shows or anything, where the amount of talent, like 5-star talent that you can have surrounding said quarterback can make them look so much better than they actually are. And these quarterbacks always get drafted.
Like the ones from Alabama.
And USC. And Ohio State.
Yeah. Well, the USC quarterbacks tend to hang around a little something.
They do. The other school that has the same issue is LSU, but their quarterbacks don't get drafted.
Nah, Rohan Davey. Y'all have Rohan Davey.
And if they do get drafted, Kerry, it's way late. It's super late.
As it should be. But no, look at what Jamarcus Russell did.
Ruined
It's
it for everyone.
It took him number 1, and what'd he do? He ate his way out the league. Yeah.
And then they just had a string of just underwhelming quarterbacks. Matt Flynn, people like that. It's just like, how is I always wonder, being an LSU fan, how can we not get a quarterback here? It's fucking LSU. Is there not some kid in Louisiana that's a good quarterback?
Well, yeah, the Manning family.
Yeah. They all just went. They just went elsewhere.
All up the state. Yeah. Yeah.
He said the Manning family, all of them, except Cooper.
That Cooper, like, ew. If he didn't get hurt, they said he would have been the one.
Yeah, they said he was better than all of them.
Yeah.
And well, now there's Arch, and Arch is supposed to be the fucking dude.
Supposed to be the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's supposed to be the truth.
Well, I've watched some game film of him already, and he can run. So he has already separated himself from every other Manning because he can move out of the pocket.
And he continues with them. And keep that Manning family in Louisiana.
Yeah, how did you let all of them walk?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
I know.
It wasn't like Tennessee was a powerhouse. How did they land Peyton Manning? How did he end up there?
Yeah, because he chose against going to Ole Miss.
That's what I'm saying.
Follows.
Eli went to Ole Miss, you know.
And that's why I was really digging Eli. Eli went there, was like, okay, I'll do it. None of my other brothers wanted to do it, I'll do it.
Yeah,
And
but didn't Eli benefit from having some fucking studs at wide receiver at Ole Miss also?
Nobody.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Good for him then, man. I'll give him his props then.
And so he would always have to bring them back. So he was always in shotgun, and he was putting them 400, 300, 400 yards passing, 4 or 5 touchdowns constantly.
It must have been after Eli that they started to get like Laquan Treadwell and like that run of receivers.
Later, that was way later. He had nobody. Nobody.
Big fucking surprise. The Jets take Zach Wilson.
Oh yeah. Finally. Jesus, can we get this thing going? We already knew this.
Where's Nice at? Is Nice happy about this? Is Zach Wilson Nice's guy?
Yeah, he like him.
All right, so now we're finally in a position of. Now it begins because you've got 8 minutes to figure out what the fuck is San Francisco going to do now that Aaron Rodgers is out there.
Yeah. Now this shit gets interesting.
Dude, what a monkey wrench they threw into the NFL today. I can't all believe it.
That shit, it changed everything.
Dude, you have to think about that. Think about that in any other sport.
Yeah.
I mean, like LeBron.
I was about to say LeBron. If LeBron was like,
LeBron right now, going out and saying, I don't want to play for the Lakers. I'm out.
Right.
And then leave them scrambling like, what the fuck do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And then look at Kerry. You got to think of every other team's GMs who just fucking.
I would say the Knicks better be the first fucking team on the phone. They better be the first team on the phone.
You know who the Knicks are going to, who they're already running after, and who they're going to get. Zion. Zion has already said he wants to play in New York.
And he wanted us to get the pick. He was throwing it in his face. Of course, he had to say he still loves New Orleans. I get that. New Orleans is dope. Like, y'all ain't never been to New Orleans, check it out. It's good times. But protect yourself.
Did you see what Charles Oakley said the other day? Being the hater that he is, always mad, got that angry look on his face all the goddamn time. He said, Zion Williamson's not doing anything special. It was like, dude, first of all, are you not, even if you haven't seen him play, and you just look at the numbers, he's doing things that no one has ever done at this age. Ever. And then you just see the tape. And you're just like, well, wait a minute, that guy's different.
Charles is hating because Zion's gotten the Barkley comparisons. But when you, compare them, then they say, well, but Zion is infinitely more athletic. Zion can dribble because Zion played point guard.
Yeah.
So he can run the team. So Chuck don't like that shit. So, he old school. So he acting like he don't even fucking see Zion like that. But Zion, after what Stan Van Gundy has done, he's recognized the skills and saw how he could do it. So now this puts Zion really honestly on a LeBron-esque track.
Yep.
LeBron then just got to run his team, and then you surround Zion with shooters. Shit.
And then you get him another point guard so he doesn't have to be the burden at all times. Somebody who can, James Harden does. James Harden is a small forward one, basically.
Exactly. So.
Yeah, dude, you could see it. The thing that I like about Zion is how quick he gets from the floor to the rim. It seems like it's faster than everybody else. Even when he's jumping to get not up, but flying, it's so much quicker.
Easily has the quickest second jump in the league. And
his touch around the rim is fucking amazing. He doesn't dunk it's so much.
No, he got his layup game is up. His layup game is top notch.
That's what I'm saying. So to be able to be that explosive and have that soft of a touch is usually don't get both of those.
Right. And Lonzo Ball, as a result, has been playing better, being that the ball has been more in Zion's hand.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Lonzo is kind of the perfect partner for him because it's just like, all right, that one time you don't want to bring the ball up, just bounce it over and then when you're on the bench, you got somebody else bringing the ball up anyway.
Passes, people forget Lonzo's nice.
Yeah, you know what? It's what's happening to him is not only the whole it kind of fell out in L.A., but his brother is playing better than him.
Beast, his younger brother is. It was clear to see that he was going to be the one. Everybody's already I mean, he could honestly still win Rookie of the Year, even missing all these games. It's probably going to go to Anthony Edwards now, but Paul was killing it.
And he got really tall really quick, so he's bigger than a lot of point guards in the league right now.
With range, he's got passes, court vision. He's not afraid. That's the thing. He's not afraid.
It seems like his teammates like him too. That's very important.
They do.
I don't see that with like Lonzo, to where his teammates are like. It doesn't seem like they like Lonzo.
Now they do, because Zion definitely came to Lonzo's defense.
Well, that helps too because Lonzo raps and shit.
I know.
And you could tell Zion, like, come on, that just it got, they're in the same age basically. Yeah, Lonzo raps.
I mean, yeah, he raps.
All right, San Francisco, you only got 2 minutes to figure this shit out.
Yeah, y'all about come on now.
Oh man, this is nuts. I mean, all right, so now we could actually start speculating where they're going to go.
Yeah.
I've been saying Trey Lance because they've been in constant contact with Trey Lance's parents.
Yeah. Limited mobility. Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, which begs the question: if you want that, then why not get Fields? I don't see how Fields is not a player in this instance.
Yeah, San Francisco already said that he's not even an option.
That's crazy to me. He gives you mobility. He gives you accuracy.
Toughness galore.
He gives you toughness. Like,
all right, the pick is in.
okay,
They didn't even take all 8 minutes.
Good.
Don't worry. The NFL's still going to stretch it out 8 minutes. We're going to have to listen to this asshole talk for the next 2 minutes. Was that Louis Riddick? Is that who that is?
I like Louis Riddick.
Yeah. Yeah, look at them. I told you they're stretching this out, dude. They're going to make this a 4-hour affair.
Louis has actually been up for a couple of GM jobs recently.
Yes, he has.
Yeah, he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, no, he's very smart. His delivery style seems more GM than analyst, though. The way that he presents his information and message. So
I like, see, he's like someone who I can get behind. Whereas Tannenbaum, what at Mike, I'm like, how does he have a? I'm not listening to anything that guy has to say
at all. I love how it says the pick is in, and they still have the countdown clock going.
Like, what
Dude, do you remember when the first round, they actually used to do the first 2 rounds on day 1?
Yeah.
And then they moved it to prime time. It used to be Friday, or it used to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And now the first round 1 is on Thursday, and that's it.
It's annoying. So they want to fill up the whole 2-3 hours that they set aside. Should not take that long to get these.
All right,
picks.
Kerry, which quarterback is it?
Oh man, I don't even know.
The dominoes fall after this. I told you. I fucking told you. Trey Lance.
Wow.
3 for 3. Let's go.
Hey Lance, they did it.
Dude, I'm telling you, the rumors, they kept saying that they literally have been in contact with his parents for weeks. And I'm just like, they're not going to do that if they're not taking him.
Yep. And they really sat on it and they thought about it more and they really were focused. Yeah.
So that means Jimmy G will probably be there for at least this one more year.
Jimmy G, yep. Jimmy G is going to be there for another year then.
So then you have to look forward. Obviously, what does that mean? Does depending on what New England does this year, if they can move up to get Fields.
Right. Okay. So this is perfect. So now, does Atlanta take what I want them to take? I want them to take Justin Fields. To me, that makes a ton of sense.
They're going to take Pitts because of the Julio thing.
Now, but you have to prepare yourself for Matthew Ice Cream leaving. You got to prepare yourself for him leaving.
So who's on the board next year?
Gonna get a good quarterback class next year or the year after that?
That's what I'm saying. Who's on the board next year?
Wait, no, Trask's this year. De'Aaron, De'Aaron, who used to be quarterback for U of H, but now he's a quarterback at University of Miami. He's going back.
Okay.
So De'Aaron King is gonna be out there. See, we went back to school.
The whole point is this year, it was quarterback heavy.
Yeah.
So it was like this was your year.
So you get him now. You get that next quarterback in your program right now if you're Atlanta. And he has that attitude and that leadership. They lack toughness. Atlanta is not a tough team.
All right, so I will tell you, if Kyle or if Pitts wasn't a generational talent, then they would. But I think the opportunity to pick up what people are hyping up is the best tight end prospect ever, you can't pass up.
I hear you, but I think it's going to be wasted.
It is, but the addition of losing Julio, which this kid is a body double of Julio, there's too many factors that it's fallen right into place.
I don't know.
And they're going to do it. Now, if they don't, that's going to shake up the rest of the draft because now everyone's going to be like, oh, my God, that guy's available. We didn't think he was going to be there.
That's what I'm saying. Stud wide receivers are going to slide.
So you're looking at if they don't do that, then we know Detroit's up next, and Detroit has Hawkinson. Are they really going to move up? Are they going to take 2 first-round tight ends in a row? Probably not. Too many holes to fill.
Right.
Then you're looking at trade bait. Which team is willing to trade up to get this kid? Which Detroit could then move back.
Yeah.
There's so many. We've never seen an NFL offseason like this, homie. Ever. We've never seen so many moving pieces ever.
No. And because now we're looking at these quarterbacks who, like the ones that we've been rocking with for years now.
Stafford moved.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers about to move. Tom just left.
Thinking about the changing of the guard again.
And Carson Wentz is on to another team. Phillip Rivers is out of the league. Drew Brees is gone.
So we got it. So this is when do you reset your program? Because Matt is on his way out. Come on.
Yeah.
So you got to prepare for this. He got another season or 2. Get a guy in that program right now.
I thought he should have left last year. I'm not a big proponent of players hanging on past their. It's like know when to walk out. Know when you're like you've had a good year to call. Like, all right.
Yeah.
I had a pretty solid year, but I am not playing like I used to. Let me not hang on too long.
Yeah. Like, I know after that Super Bowl loss, you still feel like you have the team that can go back. And then, whatever happens that next year, you try to go for it again, you don't make it, you got to start thinking, like, how much you have left.
So then you have the 2 years after the Super Bowl factor of, well, now we didn't play very well, and I don't want my last year to be that. So now I got to come back again. Like Drew Brees was contemplating this year. I didn't want to end it like that. Well, you're ending it every year like that. Heartbreaking playoff loss. How many times in a row can this happen to you?
I mean, to think, what if they would have represented the NFC in the Super Bowl? What would that Super Bowl look like?
Well, exactly, especially with that stupid fucking non-pass interference call that should have been called, right?
That didn't even make sense. I know. They got robbed, for sure. Yeah, look at that. Donovan McNabb. And we see who should... Achilles Smith and Tim Couch. They didn't even... Come on now. It was fat Donnie McNabbies.
I mean, the whole Achilles Smith thing, even as a kid, I knew he wasn't going to pay it out. I'm just like... I knew even then, I was just like, well, A, he's not passing the eye test. But B, he doesn't have that much experience on it. He just played this year.
Yeah.
And had like a pretty solid year out of nowhere. And now he just shot up because the measurables. He could throw it a mile, and he ran it like a 4.5 or something. And back, because you remember a quarterback running a 4.5 back in that day was unheard of.
Huge deal. They're
like, oh my God, he can outrun linebackers. Oh my God.
It was like him, but then remember they had Kajana Carter.
Yeah. Kajana Carter's career wasn't his fault. He blew his knee out on the first carry of the first preseason game.
So sad because he was nice.
He was dope. And I have always
what Saquon Barkley is now.
I have always been a huge uniform fan of Penn State.
Yeah, I know. Me too.
So that blue uniform, that blue jersey with all the white, dude, that shit is so dope.
Not a fan of what happened in the showers.
No.
Uniform, yes.
But their uniform, no names on the back, just
Like that.
fucking just straight numbers, no outlines. Looks fucking amazing.
Yep. That shit was dope. I like that. I like Notre Dame's like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Notre Dame. I like that shit too.
I will say though that alternate Notre Dame, the black with the green numbers, is pretty fucking dope, man.
They do got some dope unis. Okay.
It's going to be Pitts.
Dink.
Yeah.
He feels. Who? It's gonna be fucking Pitts, isn't it?
Yeah. You have to. Four for 4. Let's go. Draft guru. Let's go.
Yeah. I wanted them to go Fields.
This is how New England is able to maneuver their way into the Fields conversation because Mac Jones is still on the board too.
I know. Yeah. So I see Mac Jones.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So New England's going to get one of these quarterbacks. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
It all really depends on what happens with Denver and what their talks with the whole Green Bay scenario is, since they're the front runners for Aaron Rodgers right now. Because it could be like, what if they're in Green Bay wouldn't do that because their GM is handcuffed himself to fucking Justin Love.
Right.
So it's not like Jordan Love. It's not like they'd be like, all right, you draft this guy and then we'll trade for that quarterback that you just drafted. One of those deals.
Right.
So now you're looking at Denver possibly not taking a quarterback now.
I don't think there's no fucking way Denver does not take a quarterback. There's no fucking way. No way.
And honestly, I would see Denver taking Mac Jones because John Elway's a terrible GM.
Yep.
Honestly, he's terrible.
He is. Especially at the quarterback position, which is just weird.
He's the Michael Jordan of NFL GMs. He just
is
great on the field and a terrible GM. He fooled everyone because he was able to get Peyton Manning to come to a team that had an all-time great defense already.
All-time great defense.
And some studs on offense too.
That tight end, I swear that tight end was only good playing with Peyton Manning. Yeah. And then you never heard of him again. He had amazing 3 seasons. And then you never heard of him again.
Wow, the 49ers front office didn't even tell their coaches about their pick. That's odd that Lynch would not include Shanahan. They seem like they're a really cohesive unit. Interesting. That's interesting. Separation of church and state, possibly. Who knows?
Well, Shanahan been out there talking kind of reckless. Like, I can't even guarantee anybody's gonna be alive. I say shit like that though. He's like, he was just really transparent though. I don't know, I like Shanahan.
I do too. I do. I like this younger generation, this next generation of coaches and whatnot. The moxie.
I love it.
The moxie that they bring to the game is different. It's different.
You know how I feel about Moxie, so yes.
Nah, it's different. Sean McVay, Shanahan. These coaches, they're different.
Yeah, I like these guys.
They're very direct. Even after losses, like you remember after the Super Bowl loss, McVay was just like, "Yeah, man, fuck, shit,
Yeah.
that one's on me." A little bit starstruck out there, unprepared. Fuck.
Yeah.
I like it because we've all had coaches before. I would rather a coach just keep it funky with me, like just keep it.
Yeah. That's it. Like, tell me what I need to do. Like, just like, or if I'm not getting it done, and my shot is no longer here, let me know.
Yeah, let's have a discussion about it. Don't fucking trade me and then not even tell me. I find out on Twitter.
Sure, yeah, finding your shit out on ESPN or TMZ is not fun. Not fun.
All right, so Cincinnati's on the clock, Penny.
It should be Panay, but they like this kid Slater too out of was it Northwestern?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you what, there's a tackle in the draft. He wears glasses. He looks like a nerd. That kid, I like that kid. I would actually take him because I've heard, I can't remember his name because I smoked so much weed on the golf course today. I am retarded. But all discussion from this guy is he has the nastiest of fucking attitudes when the whistle blows. Like,
yeah,
he's a lineman. You're supposed to have that attitude.
Is he a tackle or is he a guard?
He's tackle.
Tackle? Okay.
Light skin, wears glasses. I can't remember. I think it's like Oklahoma State possibly, but every report from him is nasty as hell. Just creates the point of contact. And from your lineman, that's kind of what you want, right?
Yeah. I love that shit.
See, he could be like Tristan Wirfs from last year. Tristan Wirfs
a plug and play.
Look, Tristan Wirfs fell to the middle of the first round, middle to the later half of the first round to the Bucks, and he ended up being the best fucking tackle in the league almost. He was the best right tackle in the NFL. So instantaneously. So this kid,
and that was my problem when you took Andrew Thomas. I was like, why? I was looking at Tristan Wirfs. There was 4 other tackles who I had before, or just 4 other linemen that I just had before.
Yeah, okay. In the history of NFL reaches, it always seems like a tackle is always one. Tackles and quarterbacks. People will reach on quarterbacks, but tackles, there'll always be some random one that gets drafted ahead of like 5 of them who were graded above them.
And just like what you said about this kid with the glasses who has this nasty attitude, you see Andrew Thomas. I mean, bless the kid. He's making money. He's an NFL player. But they showed him playing piano with his sister. Like, I don't see that. Like, that's... Oh, and I'm supposed to trust him to go smash Chase in the mouth so Chase can't sack my quarterback? You know what I'm saying?
I'm supposed to trust this guy who's supposed to block people who wear colored contacts and paint their faces black and shit and like...
Right. He could probably teach them to play piano, but I don't trust him to protect my quarterback.
Yeah, this isn't Grant Hill.
Yeah. Because Grant was just different.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
Wide receiver, possibly.
Wouldn't want that out of your quarterback, though.
No.
Oh, of course. Punter,
yes. Wide receiver, possibly.
Possibly.
I would say corner, but nah. Corners don't have that type of attitude. That you gotta have a problem. You gotta have mental issues to be a corner.
And you have to have like a cockiness.
Have to.
Like an outward cockiness. You gotta, but you in your head, like, even if you don't say it out loud, you like, nobody can get by me. Like,
you know what I think that the proper term is? To be a corner, you have to be a narcissist. You have to believe that no one is better than you ever. And even if you got beat on the play before, it was your shoe was untied or something,
Yeah, that's right. It was something else.
It wasn't me.
Not gonna happen again.
And then you go out and ball on the next play.
Gotta be a Shaggy. It wasn't me.
100%, dude. You have to be a narcissist.
Wasn't me. You got beat on the post corner. Wasn't me.
Yo, especially in today's modern football, you literally you forget it, dude. Everyone gets scored on. Like, forget it.
Exactly. I mean, they slanted towards offense. So yes, the best get beat.
When I saw, I mean, granted, this was Moss, but when Reeves, you know which one I'm talking about.
Bob. Yes.
When he shook Revis and then one-handed him, it was just like, see, even Revis at the peak of his fucking powers got beat by someone. Mm-hmm. And then he smiled. He had a smile on his face. It's fucking Randy Moss, dude. What are you gonna expect?
Oh, here we go.
It's gonna be Penny.
It needs to be a tackle.
They took Chase.
Wow, they did go that way.
Wow. I see they're saying we're going to be able to get a tackle later.
Uh-huh.
And dude, we've said it numerous times, especially me. You have to remember that as good as Justin Jefferson is, this kid is better than him. So now you got, dude, he's got weapons.
And you got Jamar Chase.
And Tyler Boyd.
Yo! I mean, so then now what the Bengals are saying is that they trust in their young tackle, because they got a tackle from Alabama a couple years ago, but he was hurt. So now you're saying that you trust that he's going to come back and help this situation, and that you trust that there will be linemen deeper into the draft that can be plug and plays.
And Joey Backstreet Boy gets his homeboy on his team because they're friends. They play with each other. They won a title together already.
Yeah.
Wow. I kind of thought this was a possibility because of AJ Green leaving.
Yeah.
But I thought that they would try to replace, because they have Higgins, that they would try to replace that receiver spot later and get that tackle.
And everybody's like, wow, Chase over Sewell. I want to protect my QB. I get it. I thought they wanted to protect him too, but now we're just saying, okay, we're gonna trust in the lineman that we have, and we trust that we can get somebody later in the draft.
Interesting, considering what Cleveland has done this offseason.
Right.
Loaded up on D-line, like officially loaded up. And then Pittsburgh has T.J. Watt in their defensive front, which is always Pittsburgh's defensive front.
Ravens.
And then you have the fucking Ravens. Interesting. It's really interesting.
Yeah. So
that means
this is also great because we also said Cincinnati, it's going to be a jump off spot to they can influence this draft. So now Penei slides.
Yeah, they just did influence the shit out of this draft.
Giants sitting at 11, right?
They have to take them now.
Now you have your pick of the litter. You can go edge, you can go receiver, or you can go tackle. Because
look, the Dolphins already pick is in already. They wasted no time.
Oh, so Waddle?
I bet you they took Penny then. If it was that quick of a pick, they were probably like, oh shit, we didn't even think he was going to fall.
Let's see.
Like, who did? What's their offensive line like? I don't even.
Their line, they gotta bolster it. Yes.
I mean, I just know that whenever it's your turn and it says pick is in immediately.
Receiver, especially Jalen Waddle, is still out there. It's Tua's boy.
It is, but all reports and all conversations were that the Dolphins were looking at Jamar Chase the whole time. Like, this is our guy. So now
they had to know that this was a possibility.
So that's what I'm saying. They already had their plan B. Because their plan, I'm telling you, you never see pick is in immediately like that. And now the NFL is going to stretch this shit out and not actually report the pick for the next 5 minutes. But, Kerry, it was instantly. The graphic came up instantly.
Yeah.
Which I'm thinking they were probably like, oh, shit, Penny's there. Fuck it. Fuck.
But, but Penei's a left tackle. Tua's a left-handed quarterback. So right tackle would be, who's the right tackle? Because Penei's left tackle.
Maybe they're thinking they could switch this guy out. Or they have a tackle who can switch over.
Cool.
You have to also think, this is the way the NFL contracts work. Even if he's pick number 6? Pick number 6, if he's a right tackle, he's significantly cheaper than a left tackle. Even if your quarterback's left-handed.
But I don't know. I would then look at, I know there's only a few left-handed quarterbacks in the league. But I'm like looking at what that right tackle is making.
He's got to be the highest paid right tackle possibly, but I'm just saying, you know that left tackle is like it's usually either the second or third highest paid position in the league behind quarterback, obviously, and then sometimes it's either a corner or a tackle.
Yeah, right, exactly.
It's usually more often a tackle than it is a corner.
Right. Sometimes the DN can get up there, but
They have to be real. It has to be someone special.
yeah, we talking like Mac.
Yeah.
Or we talking like.
And then their contract's going to be eclipsed by the next quarterback contract anyway. Like, it's always going to be. But it's funny because the corner, that shutdown corner, is going to get a ton of money.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't know. I don't know if the Dolphins didn't go receiver here. I think they may have went receiver here.
I mean, that was always the plan with them. But how high are they on the next receiver on their board behind Chase? That's the issue.
These are still studs.
No, I know.
And you telling Tua that he could get one of his college teammates, whether it be Devonta Smith or Waddle. I would think Waddle because Waddle has the speed.
Yeah, my question on Devontae Smith is how long does that frame last in the NFL? How many hits can he take?
No.
Because he is very thin.
Yes. It took forever. It was already in. Come on.
No, I told you, dude. They're going to stretch this shit out. It's a 4-hour affair. And they took Waddle.
Well, there we go.
Wow, that was a quick decision, too.
I told you. I said it has to be Waddle because you linking him back up with his boy. Yeah. I saw. Yeah. So they knew. If they couldn't get Jamar Chase, then Waddle was it. So you made it less awkward actually. So they actually made it less awkward. So it wasn't a choice between Jamar and Waddle. It was like, well, okay, yeah, we were gonna take you all along.
What if Waddle was their pick the entire time?
Could have been, but I wouldn't have chosen Waddle over Chase. I'm sorry.
I know that. I'm just saying, because it was so quick. The pick was in so quick. It was.
I think they said if Waddle is there and we're picking, we got to get him. Period. If Chase is gone, I would say if Chase is gone and Waddle is there, no brainer. We got him. It makes Tua happy. He can stretch the field with his elite speed.
He's fast. He's fucking fast.
Elite speed, and that's what they need. They need because he instantaneously helps the running game. Which, Miles, what was his name? Not Miles Sanders.
No, that's Philadelphia.
Gaskins got busy, but he just got hurt.
Dude, the NFL draft is so dope, man. It's so dope. If you're an NFL fan, before you popped in, dude, I was talking to Flea. I was just like, yo, for NFL fans, for you, anyone who watches this doesn't understand, this is Christmas morning.
Oh yeah, this is beautiful.
We're unwrapping presents this weekend.
Oh yeah, we doing like a serious unboxing.
And then it's also we don't know what presents you're going to get. This shit is fucking crazy. Like it's like one of those fucking we did this thing in grade school where every student had to buy like a small gift, and then you just drew a number, and then whatever was assigned to it. It wasn't like a trade thing. It was so weird. You just basically, it was like a fucking, like a gift lottery.
Lotto, yeah.
And it's kind of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was fucking weird, dude.
Oh yes. Okay. So who we got on the clock? Oh, we got the
Lions are on the clock. So
the Trois Lions. All right.
Now, do they take Penny?
So they have so many damn holes to fill.
Or the pick is in already. See.
And so then they have no receivers.
They have no receivers, but they were looking at their projection was the line Micah Parsons.
So then that's how they. Okay. So now you're telling me how you want to build your team now. What kind of attitude you want. Okay, so you want to go defense your first pick. Now I get a better picture of how you're going to make your next pick.
It's Motor City Dan Campbell, man. Do you see his chin? He's definitely picking a linebacker first.
And Micah Parsons there. Okay, and then if he chooses Micah Parsons, okay, who we have next after this?
Carolina's after them.
Is 8, and then Broncos are 9, and Dallas is 10. Okay, so then Micah Parsons.
I think they're going to take Penny, because I mean, dude, it's like he wasn't supposed to last this long, and
Was it?
Tackles don't come. You tackle. tackles just don't like, elite tackles.
So now you have two big time tackles sitting there now. So Giants gonna have an interesting decision at 11.
I would expect one of these two teams after them to make a trade.
I know.
I'm actually surprised Detroit didn't in this spot with how many holes they have to fill.
The trade hasn't happened. I was about to say I'm surprised the trade hasn't happened yet.
I honestly thought since Penny's still available and Detroit's sitting in this spot that they would trade back with somebody who wanted to jump up and take him.
The pick is in.
That's why I said it was so quick. Dude, I'm telling you, they're dragging this shit out. It's a 4-hour affair whether we like it or not. It's already 9 o'clock and we're on pick fucking 7.
Come on, this is fucking ridiculous. I know.
Good thing I just got a fresh drop from our show sponsor, Cushwick Farms. I got enough weed to make it through this fucking marathon that we're in. I missed the old draft, man. It was so much quicker.
Man. We were getting these fucking things in. They hand you a little index card. You on to the next one.
Dude, Mel Kiper was there. It was all done in one place. They only had like 10 players there.
Yeah. You get the big hugs.
You see that chin on Motor City Dan Campbell, man?
So Micah Parsons, I could see them going Micah Parsons, or I could see them going receiver.
I just think if Micah Parsons, I think if Micah Parsons is your target, I think you can actually trade back and still get him right now. Because the next couple teams aren't going to take him.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like shit. Louis Riddick just said what I said. Because I was like, Devontae Smith is still there. You have no big time receiver. Detroit for these past couple decades, these past like 3 decades, they've always had a big time receiver.
Well, they just let all of them go.
I know.
So it makes sense. Of course it makes sense.
And Detroit gets receivers all the time. So, yeah. I would be surprised if they didn't go receiver. Now, if they go Micah Parsons, I wouldn't blame them. I would like that for them, but I think they may get Devontae Smith.
Another pick that was so quick, man.
Yeah, it was super fast. Because look, this could be the run on receivers right now. You know what I mean?
That's that fear of missing out that's happening. Everybody's like, oh shit, we might miss one of them. That's Penne.
Good pick.
That's why I say I knew when one of those two picks is happening so quick. One of them was just like he wasn't supposed to last this long. Grab him, get him.
Yeah, this is a great pick.
Yo, you remember that year that the Vikings fucking missed their pick?
Oh my god, yeah, that shit was funny.
Remember the team behind them was like, sprint, go now.
They put this pick in right now. Yeah, we won't even get that now because it is giving them so much fucking time. It's ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying. I missed the old draft, man, where it was literally 8 minutes and that was it.
So this is a good pick for Detroit.
But so here's the funny thing, Kerry. So
an attitude.
I will give the NFL credit for this. The second that the pick is in, the clock starts for the next pick. So Carolina's up and they're already down to 3 minutes. Even though they just announced the pick.
Good.
So that helps a little bit. So now what does Carolina do? This is Carolina and Denver are in the trade spots.
Carolina needs linemen. They need an O lineman. I wouldn't be surprised if they went for the Northwestern kid now. Because they absolutely need a line. You got to protect Sam. Their line was atrocious last year.
Yeah, it's already been proven what he does when there's no line.
Yeah.
All right,
I know they lost 30. I get that, but they need to build that line. It doesn't matter how many playmakers you have.
Yo, which draft broadcast are you watching?
ESPN.
Yeah, did you just see the celebration inside of Detroit's draft room?
Oh, nuts.
That's what I'm saying. They were like, oh, he wasn't supposed to fall this far.
To be there. They thought Cincinnati was going to take him.
I did too. I did too.
And if Cincinnati does take him, then they probably take Jamar Chase.
Guaranteed.
Like, it just changes your whole, you know what I'm saying, your whole fucking path.
I mean, as odd as it is to say, though, it's still like the top 10 players, it's going to be the same 10 guys. It's just like, who gets those 10? All right, so now, I don't know, Carolina, what do? You did just lose Samuel. You got Sam Darnold, so you don't have to worry about Mac Jones or Justin Fields.
Yeah.
It's way too high in the draft to take a running back, and you got Christian McCaffrey coming back.
No, you ain't gonna take no.
There's no other tight end that's worth it this high in the draft.
No.
You know who is there, and I saw him falling in the draft also, is the D tackle from Alabama.
Barmore.
Yeah, he's going to fall just because he's a D tackle, but he's clearly the number 1 rated D tackle in the draft.
A beast in Derek Brown, who they got from Auburn a year ago. He's a monster. Yeah, I think they need to go O tackle. They need to go O line because their O line was atrocious.
Well, I mean, that's just either way they go, it's going to be a commitment to building around this quarterback scenario that they have themselves in right now.
Yeah.
Which essentially they only have one quarterback on the roster.
Yeah. But I mean, and you know,
is Ryan Fitzpatrick still available?
Nah, Fitzy signed.
Where'd he go?
Oh shoot, I'm forgetting right now. But nah, we know he definitely got signed. Washington, yeah, Washington.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, he's going to end up starting there. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, Carolina with Teddy B gone, that would have been a good situation for Fitzmagic to land into.
Yeah, sure.
Has he played for them already?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. I don't think he has. That would have added another one into the tally. That would have been like fucking...
Well, yeah. I don't think he's played for Washington before either, so yeah.
Yeah, this guy's up there. He's got to have the record.
I know for most teams played, this is 14? This makes 14.
This guy played for the Supersonics at one point.
Right.
He was in the backcourt with Sedale Threet.
Oh, Sedale Threet, number 3.
Let's go. He's my favorite obscure NBA player of all time.
Sedale Threet.
His name is so unique, dude.
Yeah, he was nice. He played defense.
And, you know, I was a huge Sonics fan back in the day. Gary Payton, Sean Kemp. Come on.
No doubt. Sean Kemp, 40. That was my number. You know what I'm saying?
Detlef Shrimp. Come on. The high top.
Yeah. The glove, like, you wanted to play defense like the glove.
Yeah. Sam Perkins with the lefty threes. Big smooth. Nate McMillan with his flat top.
His defense, crazy.
Kendall Gill
when he came over from the Nets. Yep,
dude, I'm telling you, I was
Hawkins.
Yeah, Hersey Hawkins, and then Jim McIlvaine was the big white center.
Oh man. Oh shit. Yeah, they had a squad, man.
Yo, Big Smooth was like the first big man that was shooting threes. Like, that's what he did.
6'10", hitting threes, 6'9", 6'10", hitting threes all over the place. Played with Jordan. He was an upperclassman with James Worthy at Carolina, team that beat Ewing and them.
All right, SGG, what up, homie? Carolina's pick is in.
Okay, let's see.
Do they go tackle or do they go receiver?
They should go tackle. They should.
They went corner. J.C. Horn, corner from South Carolina, who's the number 1 corner.
That was my dark horse pick, but I was like, they shouldn't do that now.
See, Kerry, that's what I'm saying. They could have traded back and still got that player.
That wasn't a smart move.
John Elway, you suck at this. You suck at GM. You're a terrible GM.
that this is an odd move. I was like, I said Carolina might go corner being stupid, but they should have went tackle. I could have even seen them going Micah Parsons. But
I just know that they could have traded out of that spot and still got that guy.
yeah. They reached. This is a reach. This was a reach.
That's a quarter's another reach position. It's
Yeah,
the
man.
big three. You reach all those, and then you reach all D ends because the GMs miss on defensive ends all the time. They draft D ends high who end up with 4 sacks in 5 seasons.
Mike Mamula's. I know.
Tons of them.
Yeah.
What was the kid from Ohio State? Damn, where's Roger Harper at?
Which one?
Oh man, D end.
Was it the Jets?
Yes,
Golston.
yes, Vernon Golston.
Vernon Golston.
Yeah, that was another one. Just
Oh, I know. I know exactly who you're talking about.
yep, that was him. There's
Yep.
just a laundry list of highly touted and highly picked D ends that
Yep.
did nothing. Yeah, do you remember back in the '90s though? The D end wasn't like the high draft pick. It was D tackles.
Well, it was either or. D tackles was big time.
Like-
Dan Wolf,
Wilkerson, the whole Dana Stubblefield era.
Doublefield, right.
Uh,
Even tackles. Orlando Pace almost won a Heisman.
yeah, crazy.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
But yeah, back in the late '80s, early '90s, because
Russell Maryland.
that's what I'm saying. The D's were different. You didn't have guys on the end who put their fingers in the dirt and stand up at the same time. There's a lot more 4 and 5 man fronts. You remember the old actual 5D lineman? That never happens anymore. That's the goal line.
5-2D. Yeah.
Buddy Ryan's 4'6".
Absolutely.
Yeah, so the D tackles were like a big deal, and then even Reggie White.
Who was honestly, it's hard to say that he wasn't the best to ever do it. I hated when he was on Philly. When he went to Green Bay, though, I was actually allowed to. I felt good appreciating him. This guy was amazing.
All right, so the way I look at him is the way I look at Tiger.
Yeah.
All right, so you have like Jack Nicklaus, who is still people say still the greatest because he has the most titles,
Yeah.
and then
sure.
the way that they describe him is he was this much better than everybody.
Right.
And when Tiger was playing, Tiger was this much better than everyone else, and that's how that was. Reggie White was this much better than everyone else.
Yeah, it was amazing. He was a man throwing grown men with his forearm, just throwing them. I know Bruce Smith has the record for most sacks, and taking nothing away from Bruce Smith, he was a monster. I always like my G's. Obviously, Michael Strahan is up there for me and all that. I mean, you had Richard Dent. You had Chris Doman, monster defensive ends, right? But
Not like this.
Reggie White was different. He was different.
We still haven't seen that again, where a man is taking grown tackles in the NFL and throwing them with one arm.
Nah, not like that. Not like that.
He had the strength of God in him.
And we're talking about linemen, offensive linemen who are 6'9". John Runyon was 6'9".
One-handed him. Get out of here.
One with a forearm. Get out of my way. He had every move. Bull rush. He can hit you with the finesse, or he hit you with the forearm. He had everything.
Now,
Yeah,
I would say if J.J. Watt would have been able to take that 5-year run that he had and have that for 15 years, he would have been.
Not get his hurt, because Reggie didn't get hurt.
That's what I'm saying. If he would have been to take that 5 and do what Reggie did, which is dominate for 15 or whatever.
Sure. Oh yeah. Watt was definitely on that road. Absolutely.
Yeah, dude, because, when he was before he started getting hurt, he was literally unblockable. Which is kind of what Aaron Donald is doing right now.
Absolutely. I'll be honest with you, Aaron got taken right before OBJ, right? Because I wanted Aaron Donald out of Pitt. I saw him, I was like, yo, G's need that.
And see, that was another guy that just when you saw him play, you were just like, "Who is that guy? And why is he just throwing people around? And he's not bigger than them, but he's."
I was like, "This guy is a." The Giants need that kid, and then we missed him. We couldn't get him, but then we went Odell, and I was like, "Oh, well, he's nasty. We've never had a receiver like that ever."
No one's ever had a receiver like that, dude.
Our best receiver to that point had been Amani Toomer. And well, then Plaxico, really. But I'm saying drafted receiver,
yeah.
Amani. But obviously, Plaxico was our best receiver, period, overall. Up until we got OBJ. And I knew he was a game changer. I was like, oh, because I had people texting me, do you know anything about him? I was like, oh, yeah, he can return kicks. He's also, like, legit.
LSU fan, trust me, we knew about this guy.
Like, yo, trust me. But then they would doubt him because, remember, he had that hamstring pull. And he didn't come until game 5. And fantasy-wise, he was sitting on the wire. And I scooped his ass up. I already had AB, and I had Ben Roethlisberger when AB and Ben Roethlisberger were crushing the league. And then I picked up OBJ. That was an easy victory for me. Won that league that year. Because he was just sitting there. I was like, you don't understand. Hamstring is a speed injury. You guys ain't fast enough, so you've never.
Yeah, right.
So you never had hamstring problems. Like that's a speed injury. He's a fast kid, so he'll be back and he's gonna go to work.
Yo, he's what you would label a gamer too.
Yeah.
Like, all right, we got to run 40s today. Whatever, I don't really give a fuck. Until you put the pads onto the ball in his hand, and then all of a sudden he reaches it to 2 gears faster than he was before. He's going to pull hamstrings.
The only receiver who had a better
Broncos pick is in. Who do you think they took? Because they took that whole 8 minutes, so you know they were on the phone.
quarterback. They have to go quarterback. So is this the Fields moment, or is it Mac Jones?
How did they not trade? How have they not traded out of this spot to the Patriots?
Yeah, I don't know. They have to have gone quarterback, though.
How have they not traded out? So it doesn't matter. There's still 2 top-tier quarterbacks left.
Yeah.
So somebody is getting one of them late in the middle.
And the defensive, like the linebackers, playmaking linebackers. Oh, yeah.
Well, see, this is what I said, and I keep saying it. The second round of this year's draft is going to be fucking incredible because of all the linebackers, safeties, guards, centers.
Absolutely. And then those other receivers that are still going to be there.
The others, half of the receivers, you know. There's so many of them because they took Patrick. I love the NFL draft. They just took Patrick Surtain.
Patrick Surtain. Wow.
Yo, Mac Jones is really going to fall.
So Mac Jones is going to so New England won't have to move.
They're not going to have to move, and they're going to get one of them.
But as it's looking right now, Fields may slip to them.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, Bill, what are you up to?
To New England right now. Unless somebody makes a move, unless somebody makes this trade, wow, Fields could go to fucking New England.
So now you're looking at somebody who might trade into one of these spots because there are 2 of these quarterbacks left.
Yeah, somebody. We got to have a trade.
Yo, what if somebody like Atlanta trades back into the back end of the first half and gets one of those 2 quarterbacks?
Wow, that would be amazing for Atlanta. Then they would have won the draft easily. Easily.
Because you know there's always somebody who's like, you know what, we didn't know this is going to happen. Let's leverage the rest of what we got and go get the guy we...
They would easily win the draft. Wow, so they get Surtain. Okay.
That's who Dallas was looking at, projected-wise.
Well, they were looking at Surtain, but then we will also talk about either Quiddy Payne or Quiddy Payne. What was his name?
Quiddy Payne, yeah.
And then, or Micah Parsons.
So now you still have all these players. You know Dallas has to go defense. Their defense sucked. So, but the top 2 quarters are off the board.
Yes.
So what's the drop down to the next quarter? Is the next quarter Asante Samuel Jr.?
Yes.
All right, so that's a big drop because they had him somewhere in the 28 to 30 range. So now that the corners are off, but Micah Parsons is still available, who was not really supposed to be there this late. It was looking like somebody like Detroit, possibly.
Yeah.
Or.
Well, wait. What about the? So J.C. Horn, we went to what school? He was South Carolina, right?
South Carolina, yes.
We still got the Virginia Tech corner.
Yes, and the Northwestern corner. So there's 2 more out there.
Yeah.
Including Asante Samuel Jr. So there's 3 more that are going to go in the first round, probably.
He just got Rona.
Yeah.
That's what.
So you got possibly 3 more that are going to go in the first round.
Right, because once they see corners start to go, then there's a run on corners.
Well, see, you're looking at somebody. That's another spot in the later half of the first round. Somebody trading back in to go get that last corner.
Yeah.
Because then dude, those 5 guys are not going to last.
Right.
The fact that these 2, Mac Jones and Fields, are still on the board is why we love the NFL draft.
That's why, yeah. So that's why San Francisco picking Trey Lance changed the whole shit.
It did, but also I just had a high thought. This is the behind-the-scenes things that happen that we don't get to see. This is where the interview process is coming into a huge factor, because we're not seeing the social and intellect aspect of what happened in the interviews.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why some of these teams are making these decisions. These picks coming in so quick, they already knew who they wanted. Like, they're like, no, we want that guy. That's who we're taking. So, what if some of these guys are bad interviews?
Maybe. So then also, okay.
Okay, Kerry, so all their workouts are going to look good, right? All of them, because they're all personal workouts. It's your receivers, your facilities. You're all going to look great, right?
But then also, what is really considered a bad interview? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's all subjective.
It is. All right, so what if you get some of those bad questions? So they always. So one guy said that whenever he went in there, they asked him if he was the last person alive on Earth, what would he do? What the fuck does that have to do with football?
Yeah.
What does that got to do with it? And then you remember the ones asking. Remember they asked the one dude if his mom smoked crack.
Yes. That's Des Bryant.
Des, yeah. And then they asked another one if his mother was a prostitute.
Well, they asked Des that. Oh, like. Yeah.
There was somebody on Baltimore that if it wasn't the crackhead, it was the prostitute. But yeah, Dez was one of them.
Yep. Yeah, man. Yeah, bullshit.
And that's another player who fell. Was Dez.
And Dez was the truth at Oklahoma State.
Oh my God, was he ever? Jesus God. Yo, I was so mad that the Patriots did not pick him and traded out of the spot to the Cowboys, who picked Dez in that spot, because we had Randy Moss at the end of his career, who would have been the perfect mentor for Dez Bryant.
Absolutely. And do you remember who then came after Dez? Justin Blackmon, who was supposed to have a dope NFL career, but
couldn't stop drinking.
He couldn't stop fucking up.
Yeah, he couldn't stop drinking. He had an alcohol problem.
Yeah, so what Denver is telling me by going by Patrick Surtain, because they gave Justin Simmons the highest contract. They know Von Miller's coming back.
That's called we have to play Patrick Mahomes twice a year.
So what you're telling me is you either believe in Teddy B or douchebag face. Who was the quarterback from Missouri?
Drew Lock.
Lock, yeah, douchebag face.
All right, so the Eagles are on the clock. They're going to take Devontae Smith because they just.
They're going receiver.
It's Devontae Smith. He's Deshaun Jackson's not there anymore. He instantly replaces him. They have the exact same body type.
Yeah.
He's not as fast as Deshaun Jackson at his peak speed, but he is a better route runner.
Obviously, he's smooth.
Much better route runner and better hands. He just won the fucking Heisman, dude. Of course, his skill set's better than Deshaun Jackson's. We'll just say I can't ever imagine Devontae Smith fumbling a touchdown on the 2-yard line.
I mean,
which Deshaun Jackson has done more than once, people.
I also think O-line, their O-line was trash.
Yeah, but they're gonna. It's O-line later in the draft.
Yeah, they could. I think they definitely will grab one of these receivers.
It's either going to be Devontae Smith or what's the dude from Minnesota? What's that dude?
Bateman.
There's him, and there's a dude from Ole Miss, and there's a dude from Purdue.
Elijah Moore. So you're talking Elijah Moore, Rashawn Bateman. You got Tony, the receiver out of Florida.
Florida, I forgot about that one.
Yeah. Kendarius Tony.
See, I think he's going to end up somewhere in the second round where somebody's going to get a steal with that dude. Because
Micah Parsons would be an ill pick for Philadelphia.
I think that Tony dude is really fucking dope, but he kind of got overshadowed because you had this all-world fucking tight end right there.
He's not one of them smaller dudes because he's like 5'10", 5'11", and he's got some strength on him. So, yeah.
Oh, the Eagles and Cowboys have traded. Finally, we get a first trade.
So, if they moved up, I think they go on defense. I think they moved up to go defense.
Yeah, they traded up with the Cowboys, which is weird because the Cowboys, there was only 2 spots.
So, this is a Micah Parsons move, I think.
So, who were the Giants? Who were you guys looking to take that the Cowboys just jumped ahead of you to take? Because that's the only way.
The Eagles did.
I mean, all right, so you know what I mean. So, the Eagles jumped up.
I think defensively. I think they're grabbing a defensive piece.
So, that means they're taking whoever they thought you were going to take ahead of them in the next.
Which could be Micah Parsons because we need another playmaking linebacker. Or an edge rusher, Kwity Payne, or Rousseau, or Jalen.
He's got the illest name in this draft. Kwity Payne, man. Kwity Payne. You know, it sounds like a character that you have narrated before.
Right? Kwity Payne.
All right, I mean, they traded up, so you know that they already knew who they wanted. So let's get this over with.
Defense here. They go on defense.
Wow. This has been the most entertaining draft.
Yeah, because it's hard to read this one.
Plus, you have to remember teams have players who opted out coming back that had spots that are no longer open. I think the biggest one is for the Patriots.
They go on defense.
I knew it. They moved up to take Devontae Smith, so they had to think that you guys were going to take him.
Probably thought we were going to take him.
Which makes sense. Didn't you guys just let Golden Tate go?
You did.
Yeah, so Devontae Smith would have been a good Golden Tate replacement.
Okay, but there's still Terrence Marshall Jr. There's still. That's what I'm saying. So the way it worked out, now you have all these stud receivers getting pushed down. You could still get a stud. You could wait till the second round, still get a stud receiver.
I mean, it's just, Kerry, you know how odd it is to switch 2 spots for a receiver like this, which means they had to have been like, they're going to take him. We can get this guy.
If Devontae Smith fell to us, then yeah, I would have said, get him.
Dude, he just won the fucking Heisman as a receiver. Yeah. Randy Moss didn't even pull that off.
No.
But see, this is why I view Mac Jones so poorly. You had an all-time great Alabama team that literally blew everyone out of the water. Not one single game was even competitive with this team.
And Jalen Waddle was hurt.
Jalen Waddle was hurt, and the quarterback didn't win the Heisman.
No. The receiver did.
Yeah. A receiver did. And yeah, he balled out. Like, don't get me wrong. He absolutely balled out, but really? That's the one time a receiver wins the Heisman, is that guy?
Yeah.
Calvin Johnson, well, he played Georgia Tech. Not enough numbers to get the Heisman. Randy Moss couldn't win it. Larry Fitzgerald didn't win it his sophomore year at Pitt when he was the best player in the country.
Destroying the league, yes.
Dude, he was so incredible at Pitt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this. Get one of my people to tune in.
All right, it's you guys are on the clock, homie. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do?
So now you're saying Micah Parsons is on the board, so we can grab the best LB in the draft.
Do you guys go best player available, which actually would be Micah Parsons at this point?
Right, exactly. Should be. It would be.
It says trade alert. This is smart for them to trade out. Trade it to the Bears. Oh my God, the Bears just are taking a quarterback.
Bears are gonna take Justin Fields.
I love the NFL draft. This shit is awesome.
Justin Fields. Bears about to take Justin Fields.
Oh man, the Patriots dropped the ball, man. But remember, the Bears, Kerry, the Bears had already put a package together of multiple first rounders to try to go get Russell Wilson, so they were prepared to give up draft capital to move.
Oh.
What if they take Mac Jones? I will, because the Bears, their GM sucks too, dude. They took Rex Grossman over top of fucking Mahomes.
Jones, I promise you, this is not even shitting on Mac Jones. You want to change the culture in Chicago? Get Justin Fields.
Excuse me, not Rex Grossman.
Sexy Rexy.
Money making. They took money making Mitch, moved up to take money making Mitch instead of Patrick Mahomes or Deshaun Watson in this, who are available. So
yeah,
I could see them moving up to take fucking Mac Jones right now, but they're not going to. It's got to be Justin Fields.
It has to be.
Dude, he played in Ohio State. It's a Midwest area. He knows how to play in the cold and that type of weather. It's already... Columbus is way up in the north of Ohio anyway, so it's...
Yep. You have an instantaneous fan base. You need this. You need this. Your quarterback room is Andy Dalton.
It makes sense. See, you guys must have really wanted Devontae Smith, because when you didn't get him, you traded right out of that spot.
Yep. So Devontae Smith was it.
Yep. Why are we showing an empty draft room? Oh, there's Justin Fields. There he is.
Yeah. You got to go Justin Fields here. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's in.
Yeah.
Good for them. Good for them.
Conversation. Yeah. That was a Justin Fields move all the way.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they totally still could have got Mac Jones at the spot they were in.
So, now this leaves Mac Jones for New England.
Yeah, who didn't have to do anything to get him.
They didn't have to do shit. They had to move. So now, Giants...
What if this is what the hoodie wanted the entire time and he masterminded this entire thing by mind-fucking everyone?
How?
I don't know. It's the hoodie. I don't put nothing past this guy.
I don't put nothing past him either. But that, I don't know. That's the next level shit. I don't know how in the hell he would have masterminded this shit.
Yo, and through all this craziness going on with these unexpected run past the first 4 picks were pretty vanilla. We kind of knew these were going to happen.
Yeah.
We still forget that Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to play football in Green Bay anymore. I'm telling you, the Green Bay Seattle swap makes the most sense. Russell Wilson for Aaron Rodgers swap makes the most sense.
Yeah. Come on, of course it's one of the 2 quarterbacks. It's Justin Fields.
Has to be. You don't move up to get Mac Jones at this spot.
Hell no. Because you didn't even think you had a shot at Justin Fields.
No.
It should be Justin Fields. Come on, stop playing with him.
It should be. You don't move up. Like, I understand the last trade, what the Eagles did, that made sense because we saw the Giants bail instantly. Like, so we knew who they were going to take.
One big PSA. Come on.
See, I've got it muted. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about right now. Shut up, Roger Goodell. Yo, I like last year's draft where he just sat in his basement and ate peanut M&Ms the whole time and announced each pick from his basement. It's a lot quicker than this. They're wearing 9:45. This shit is incredible.
So now the G's are picking 20. So maybe they're gonna go Jalen Phillips if Jalen Phillips is available at 20, edge rusher. That's what I gotta think if he's available.
I'll just announce the fucking pick, man. Yeah.
There it is. I knew it. Knew it. Knew it.
Good. That's good.
Yeah. That was the choice. That was the choice. Yeah. Yep.
Dude, you like I said, you didn't move up to get Mac Jones. You don't do that. And actually, Kerry, leading up to this draft, you have to remember, San Francisco was the only team that had Mac Jones in the discussion. Which means once they didn't draft him, the next team that was discussing him at all was New England.
Yep.
So you don't move up to take that guy when nobody else wants him.
Yeah. Yeah.
This just made this gets as unexpected as some of these picks are. This shit kind of is pretty scripted how it plays out.
Yeah.
Plus, we also have our GM hats on. It's just like, oh shit, what would we do in this position if this guy was still available right now? Let's move up to get this guy. Come on.
Yeah, once the Eagles took...
So now the Cowboys have moved back 2 spots. So now what do they do? Because the guy that they wanted is still going to be there. Well, not... They wanted one of those 2 corners which weren't available, so they traded back. So that shows you they wanted one of those 2 corners. Yeah. They moved back 2 spots. The other 2 corners are still there.
Yep.
Smart move. See, Jerry's son, Stephen Jones, has been making good moves since he's taken over.
Absolutely. He's the one.
Especially since you only dropped 2 spots.
That's it.
And you gain draft capital by doing it.
So now you could... And guess who's still available? Micah Parsons.
Yeah. Like we said, though, those linebackers, D tackles, linebackers, safeties, they're all going to drop.
And you're going to get so much value in the second round. It's going to be sick. We look at this kid, Zaven Collins.
Also,
Collins is a beast.
The tight ends not named Kyle Pitts also are there.
Yeah. Notre Dame has 2 tight ends.
Yeah.
That are monsters.
Whoever played at Iowa, that guy's a beast. Who cares? Whatever his name is, he's dope.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the way this draft is playing out, they're averaging about 7 picks an hour. We're flying through this shit.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta look at somebody like This guy's been offered. Louis Phillips been offered multiple GM spots. At least been interviewed or whatever, right?
Yeah.
If he's been offered the spot, why hasn't he taken one yet?
Well, he's interviewed. I don't know if he's actually been offered. I think if he was offered anywhere, he would have taken. He's interviewed.
Yeah, I mean, because GM, you're going to get paid way more money than being an analyst. I understand why, and they need to change this. The NFL makes way too much goddamn money, especially with the salary cap going up to like $250 million in the next couple of years or whatever, right? To not pay these referees enough money. Dude, all the best referees work for like channels now. NFL Network, Fox, whatever,
Yeah.
ESPN, whatever, and they make a ton of money doing it.
They supplement their income, yeah.
So, I mean, if I was an older NFL ref, yeah, I'd rather be the NFL ref in the booth for ESPN or whatever instead of on the field. I'm getting paid like $5 million a year to do this shit. It's easy. No consequences. I'm not actually making any calls.
Join the realm of bodybuilding.
Yeah, I'm not getting I'm not getting death threats anymore. This is dope.
Saying, you know what I mean?
All right, Cowboys pick is in.
Let's see what these mother Mickey Fickies did.
Well, Sean Lee being gone, Micah Parsons makes the most sense.
Parsons, or they could go Quiddy Payne. Well, they got Randy Gregory and they got DeMarcus Lawrence, so I think they go linebacker.
They have to. Sean Lee's gone.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they also go linebacker.
Good for them to be able to go back, gain draft leverage, and fill a huge void with somebody that wasn't expected to last down to the 12th pick.
Oh, God. Nope. Oh, you're going to have so many dope players just move back.
That's a pretty solid consolation for not getting one of those two top corners.
And they're going to be so motivated because they're going to be so pissed that they dropped.
I hope they don't take one of these next two level of corners at this position.
No, not here. No, you go linebacker here. You could save those other corners for the later rounds, for third round.
Well, it's not even necessarily linebacker. You go with this linebacker at this spot.
What? Okay.
Or is he talking about more... Who is this chick?
I don't know.
She's breathing hard. Sucking the shit out of that mask.
Yeah, I don't know.
Come on, baby, breathe. Don't pass out on stage. A lot of people watching. God, I hate the Cowboys, yo.
Yeah.
Made sense.
Yeah.
Sean Lee just retired like 2 weeks ago. This is an easy pick for them.
Yeah. That was so predictable.
Solid first move for Stephen Jones in the first round. Moving back and still getting this guy.
Yeah.
And look how happy he is. He looks like he wanted to be a Cowboy.
Yeah, absolutely.
As much as we hate them, players want to play for them.
Players, they do. They do. They definitely freaking do. Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, you're going to be on TV every fucking, more than anybody. Even when you suck.
All the time. They're like the Notre Dame of the NFL.
100%. 100%. Don't the Cowboys have their own network? Didn't Jerry Jones start a TV network down there? Like the Yankees?
I wouldn't be surprised if it did. I mean, yeah. Would that really surprise you? No.
It wouldn't surprise me, but you couldn't show games. The NFL has a license, there's licensing and shit for that, so... But you would have, all these interviews and practice films and shit like that, I guess. I mean, dude, the Cowboys fans are fanatic.
But it's like you could have like shows like the Giants have their show right with Pappas Bob Pappas.
Well,
You know
well, that a lot of players have shows too. A lot of players have their own shows.
their own things. Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
Chargers on the clock. This is the team that I am going to again watch every single week this year because Justin Herbert is awesome to watch play football.
Hell yeah.
Dude, he's perfect. It's as a quarterback, it's just they like they made this mold like Captain America, and they put this scrawny little kid in and injected him with some shit, and then out came Justin Herbert.
Soldier. Yeah, he was my guy. He was my guy. I thought he was gonna go to the G's at one point because we were looking at him. So I was like, I was paying specific attention to him. And that after his last year in school, I was like, damn, I really wish we waited so we could get him.
Yeah, I had the whole Oregon quarterback thing and I was holding it against him.
Yeah, I feel you. I understand why.
See, Justin Fields showed me something this year when he had broken ribs and was still taking shots and throwing touchdowns accurately in big games. That showed me something, so I removed the Ohio State bias as a Ohio State quarterback from him.
I was telling you, you needed to remove that shit anyway, because he was different. He transferred in from. He was a Georgia kid. He was a Bulldog, and he transferred there. It was different. It was different.
Yeah, Matt Stafford, he's put the stamp on Georgia quarterbacks, so you get a solid couple years to prove something if you're from Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Justin Fields could have easily started in front of Jake Fromm. I mean, come on now. Honestly, you know what I mean? It was just Jake Fromm.
Jake Fromm looks like one of those quarterback scenarios where he was highly touted, and it took a lot to get him there, so he has to play.
No, because Jake Fromm only got the job because I forget the other quarterback's name who was in front of him, but he got hurt. And so then Jake Fromm stepped in, he rushed, but then he was like winning. The other quarterback came back in like game 5, game 6, but Jake Fromm had been winning with this team and was undefeated. So then he sat. So then the one who had the job sat, and then he transferred out, went to Washington. So I can't remember his name right now, but he went to Washington. So Jake Fromm just inherited it. Because the quarterback who was touted was the one who ended up transferring away because he couldn't get his job back because Jake Fromm was undefeated. But Jake Fromm was also undefeated because he had Nick Chubb, Sony Michel, DeAndre Swift as his running backs.
Man, Mac Jones, he got to be pretty fucking happy. Maybe. You have to be a certain type of player to go play for Bill Belichick.
Oh, okay. Because he could have been playing in San Francisco.
Yeah.
He
would have loved that. So now it's like, now you're going to a cold climate and playing for the hoodie. So it depends on what type, because it's just, Tom was different. Tom was like literally the perfect quarterback because he had the exact attitude necessary to play for Bill Belichick.
It was a perfect match.
Yeah, it was 100%. So it's just like as with the receivers, you always have to be a certain type of receiver to be able to play in New England because of how complex the offense is for the receivers. You got to be a certain type of fucking player, quarterback, to go play for Bill Belichick. That's why. What was the dude who was a backup for Tom like 7 different times? He started in Cleveland for a little bit.
Hoyer.
Yeah, Brian Hoyer. He worked in New England because he just worked up there. So that's why he always kept getting jobs there. Oh, we need a backup. Is Hoyer available? Yeah, get him in here.
Yeah.
Dude, he literally had like 6 different stints in New England.
Yeah. And he made sense out there. He just knew how to move.
Yeah.
He knew how to move.
He fit the demeanor, the intellect level, and didn't he play in UConn in college?
Did he?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
I smoke a lot of fucking weed, dude. That's a stretch for me to know where Brian Hoyer played in college.
Ohio guy. I think he went to school in Ohio. I think he went to college in Ohio.
It wasn't Ohio State, was it?
No, we're talking about University of Ohio, like Central Ohio.
Oh,
Like,
I gotta find out now. It's the
yeah,
draft. We got time. It's fucking 8 minutes between picks.
um, like, or did he go to like Miami of Ohio, some shit like that?
Michigan State. Now I remember.
He went to Michigan State.
Yeah, I remember him playing there now.
That was my squad. That
Yeah,
was
I remember.
first school recruiting me.
Oh, nice.
I always have like an affinity for Michigan State.
I always like their uniforms, dude.
Nasser, that motherfucker, that piece of shit.
Yeah, fuck that dude. But I always loved that all green uniform.
Yeah,
It was a good color of green, dude. This shit was dope.
yeah, no, yeah. So I still like. That's why I rock with so many of their players. Like I was Draymond Green guy. Like I like the scrappiness of it all. But then I heard that the winters were worse there than they were in New York, and I was like, okay, that's one thing. And then they wanted me to show up too early. Like I made some other program where I was like, my whole summer would have got cut short, so I would have had to go. I would have graduated, and I would have had less than a month.
So the Chargers pick is in tackle, O-line for help protect Herbert. Easy. Especially with all those receivers already gone.
You get the kid out of Northwestern now.
Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, Slade. Yeah.
How big is Elijah Moore? Is he big?
No, I think he's like 5'8".
Maybe they go with him.
Think?
They don't have anything except those two. And then Williams is Mike Williams. He's not.
I know he's been a little fragile. I know, I get it, but I mean, you could also use Chargers also really need a running back. They need another running back.
They're not gonna. Not at 13. They're not gonna take a running. Not in this draft.
Yeah, but what I'm just saying, like, so I would go lineman and then running back if I'm the Chargers. I'll be honest with you.
I mean, you know how hard it is to get tackles. I don't know who their tackles are, so I'm just like in this spot. If there's a couple guys, let you take them.
Yeah, I would grab Slater and then I would get a running back for my next pick, and then look at wide receiver. Yeah, because remember, there's that other kid on the Chargers. That was a rookie who was getting busy. He was like catching deep passes and doing his thing. I can't remember his name right now. It was later.
Yeah.
He was. And I was like, oh, well, we got to watch for this kid.
Well, I picked him up. 1 week after he had a good week, and then of course you know how that goes. They got tape on you now. Somebody cover this guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, pick is in. Yeah, dude from Northwestern, Slater, makes sense.
Yeah.
You have something that all NFL teams covet above all other things. A literal franchise quarterback.
So Slater, exactly what I said. I knew they had to go Slater. That was a smart choice. Yeah, you want to protect that asset. That your quarterback, your young, he projects to be one of the best in the league perennially. So protect that guy.
That's what I'm saying. You have something that all NFL teams covet above all other things. You have a generational talent at quarterback.
Yeah.
And dude, he checks every single fucking box.
Yeah.
Every single one, including marketability. He's got that like all shucks kind of quiet attitude. So it's like, I don't think he's.
So he kind of looked like Private Pile from.
He had that great hair for a while.
Yeah. He started looking like Private Pile. We all know what happened to Private Pile.
I feel like he's like at this point he's like the anti Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
You know, he's very quiet. So was Deshaun Watson was very quiet, but I don't feel like Justin Herbert's got a string of massage parlor incidents.
Well, I mean,
There's a lot of them, dude. You know when the numbers are that high, it's kind of undeniable. At least one of them shits went in a way that wasn't how he thought it did.
Also, the thing is now everybody's putting their name on it, so
that's a big step. That's a big step forward. Not for him. For their legal case against him, that's a huge step forward. Yeah, I can't wait to see how the Texans fuck up their draft this year.
Oh yeah,
remember they got the preacher as their like GM or whatever.
Yeah, I know the
team chaplain.
Yeah.
Easterby.
Yeah. You know what? I'm not rooting. I generally, me. I'm NY and I'm H-Town too, so I'll generally root for H-Town teams, but they make it hard for me. Like,
what if Minnesota just fucks New England over right here and takes Mac Jones as Captain Kirk's replacement?
That would be hilarious.
Even as listen,
I would actually love that, and it makes sense for them to do that.
2 decades of New England fandom at the highest level, and that would be awesome.
It also makes a ton of sense.
And it makes football sense.
Minnesota does not like Captain Kirk. They don't like him. They want to get rid of him. They just didn't have any takers. So it made sense for them to keep him.
And they probably have to think they didn't think, Mac Jones wouldn't be available at this spot.
Oh, it makes beautiful sense.
See,
they should have. Trade alert though. Minnesota traded out.
Somebody's taking fucking Mac Jones ahead of New England.
Oh, they traded to the Jets. So the Jets can take the Northwestern tackle then. So now I think they're going tackle.
Of course.
Now they got to go O-line.
So this is them, like we said, but I just didn't think somebody would trade back in up at 14. This is really high up in for people to trade back in.
So they have to be going O-line. They want to protect their QB of the future, so they got to go O-line.
Well, considering who's left on the board, of course, it has to be.
So, yeah.
Wow. I thought for sure when you said trade was in that somebody was jumping ahead of New England to go get Mac Jones. But you also have to think at this point from here on, dude, most of these teams don't need a fucking quarterback.
Right.
Only New England is looking at it like, oh, yeah, man, we don't really want Cam, and we wanted Mac Jones, so this fits for them. We know who they're going to take. It's like a slam dunk at this point. But who did they just trade up to get?
Not you. Wow. The pick is in. So they identified somebody that they desperately wanted.
Yeah, your ESPN stream is running quicker than mine. Hold on, let me refresh. I was wondering why you were a little bit ahead of me. I'm like, wait a minute, pick is in.
Yours was a little ahead of mine before.
Nah, yeah, it froze. Now it's on a commercial. Drew Brees been getting that hair treatment. He didn't used to have that much hair.
See, now you ahead of me. See? Son of a bitch.
Yeah, Drew Brees got that LeBron going on.
Good for him. You know what? He helped,
He's also about to be on TV, so it was necessary.
Look, he's also about to have a statue of him outside the Superdome.
As he should.
As he should.
He warranted that one.
What do you want your statue to look like?
Well, I mean, you could make the statue look like whatever. I'm just saying, he got to be on TV now. He need that hair.
Statue look like what he looks like. So if he's balding, that's what they're gonna do.
They're not gonna. Imagine if they did that to somebody like you had a legendary career and they didn't give you a statue until like you were like 60, and they gave.
The scene like you. This is how you salute from way back here.
They gonna be like, yo, I didn't look like that when I played, but that's what you look like right now.
Nah, so he wants to make sure he gives them the full. He wants the full hair follicle foliage on top of his head.
Yeah, he got that LeBron treatment. Good for him. That who else got that? Tiger, the rapper, he got that shit.
Ah, yes, a couple of them did.
Tiger had a deal with the company who did his. He was like openly promoting it.
listen, whatever you gotta do. I don't even.
Man, I'm 40, yo. I'm good. I'm good. Whatever happens from here happens.
Yeah, I was like whatever you want to do. I think the thing that freaks me out the most is like lip injections and fake like your lips. They're not gonna look better. I don't. Just rock with what you got.
Yeah, man.
It's gonna be better that way, cause you look ridiculous.
Yo, so I had it. Actually, you met her. I had it, the entanglement with the succubus. I don't even have to act like you don't know who I'm talking about in this story. This is so people. This is what happens on a Gray Matter episode when they have 10 minutes between actual picks. You got to talk about something. So yeah, I know you met her. Remember, she came in like a fucking pistol that day. Oh, dude, she had gotten so many things done that a couple of them got fucked up. And then it became like, now you have to fix this shit, which took multiple surgeries. And dude, you know what happens to their head whenever something gets fucked up worse than what warranted them getting surgery on it in the first place? All right, so she wanted to get something on her, some like fat taken out of her hips or whatever. It was really weird. I'm like, big asses are in. What are you talking about? This is fucking crazy. Don't do this to yourself, please. But anyway, ended up having like a hole, not like a hole, but like you could literally put half of a golf ball in the side of her hip. Dude, she didn't want to go outside for like a fucking year after that.
Leave it alone.
Exactly. It didn't need to be. No, it was not the fox, Flea. The fox wouldn't do that. Are you kidding me?
The fox.
This is the white devil, is what we'll call her.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, but just leave it alone, man. Look, you know what? I saw a great thing that Chuck D said. Chuck D is 60 years old. Chuck D looks phenomenal.
Yeah.
Great shape.
Dude, that guy's looked 40 years old for like 20 years.
That's what I'm saying. He's 60 years old. No one would believe it.
All right,
He talked about age, and then he said, "I'm 60," and I'm 60. He's like, 60's not the new 40. I'm 60.
Larry Bird, what up, homie? Benjamin, what up? This is a draft spectacular. Who knows what the fuck we're going to talk about in between these picks, but the Jets pick is in. O-line, 100%.
Guard, and like I said, O-line. Just like I said, you don't move back up like this unless you're going to go O-line to protect what you just got.
So look at the smile on Mac Jones's face. That's because he's talking to Bill Belichick right now.
Oh, yeah. Yup. So they didn't have to do nothing to get him.
The hoodie, dude, the hoodie always wins.
Well, this will be his greatest draft win. I mean, obviously outside of Tom Brady, but that was late. But like like early in the draft, this is his best win early in the draft.
Yeah, also for 20 fucking years, the Patriots were picking it at 28 to 32.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, so just like I said, you don't move back up into this situation unless you're going to get a lineman. You just got your quarterback, so of course you got to protect him.
I mean, there's I also have a live stream of Pat McAfee's draft spectacular going on too, and they already showed on their big board a tweet that said, "Alert: the Patriots are taking Alabama quarterback." Like, we knew this. We've been talking about this since San Francisco picked Trey Lance.
That's because we were saying it was San Francisco and Atlanta that would control the draft this first round.
Well, I mean, the Atlanta pick was easy. Once the Julio rumors came out, that was easy.
San Francisco did what they did, then it was all dominoes falling.
Well, I mean, most of these, homie, we've been pretty fucking spot on. There was a 4-pick run there. I was like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah. But
those two corners.
I'm saying we've been getting the positions right, like outside of Patrick Surtain. We didn't do that one.
That's what I say. The two quarters getting picked where they did. That was kind of weird.
And then that switched it up, so it made it easy to see these follow-up teams would take. Especially when you start trading up, then it's easy to see what you're shooting for.
Well, we also knew, once we saw teams trade back, it was instantly like, oh yeah, the guy they want is not there right now.
He already got snapped up.
So look at the two teams. The Cowboys did an excellent move right there. The Patriots have hit a home run by not doing anything.
Not doing anything. Mac Jones was going to fall. As soon as San Francisco chose Trey Lance, I said Mac Jones is going to fall right to the Patriots. It's going to be like easy path. I thought Denver would actually take Fields, but they went with Surtain instead.
Now, if the hoodie wasn't arrogant and they kept Tom Brady for last season and the next 3 and still got this guy, it would have been football perfection for this guy to learn underneath the Tom. But now it's odd because the quarterback who's going to be playing in front of him, that's not his style of football at all. The offense isn't tailored towards Mac Jones right now. Like nothing fits him, but this is the pick they wanted, and somehow the hoodie pulled it off by once again, just like against Pete Carroll and the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, by not doing anything, he got a victory. You gonna call timeout? No. No, I've seen that look on his face before. Dude, that was incredible. He literally said, I've seen that look on his face before. It was awesome.
Worst call in Super Bowl history.
It was awesome.
It was the worst call in Super Bowl history. That was just terrible. Everybody knows Marshawn Lynch should have got that damn rock.
100%. Even though he doesn't have a high rate of goal line success, you still have to give it to him. You had multiple downs available. You still had 3 downs left.
That was clearly they wanted Russell Wilson to win that MVP. Mac Jones, easy. This was easy. Yeah.
Good for the Pats.
Of course, you're going Mac Jones. So easy to know. Yeah.
That's just the organization is run from top to bottom at the highest of levels. Everything is done. They probably even knew this shit was going to happen.
Very determined.
Yeah, dude. Look at him. He's hyped. He didn't think he was going to fall this far.
Very hyped right now. He is fucking determined. This guy.
Yeah, he's super hyped, dude.
Yeah. Oh, he's like, yeah, I told you this was going to happen, son. Bam! He just sucked Roger Goodell. He's like, I told you this shit was going to happen, son.
Yeah, him and Roger Goodell probably had a fucking side bet. Roger Goodell was probably like, there's no way you fall to the Patriots.
New England. He was like, watch.
Yo, they're going to move up to get me. I swear to God, son. He's like, all right. I'll bet you don't go to New England.
That's funny. That's funny.
Well, good for him. Good for him.
Goodell can't stand New England.
100%. So this is good for Mac Jones because he lands with Josh McDaniels.
Great for Mac Jones,
who has a proven track record of playing and building an offense around a quarterback who does not have the biggest arm and is not that mobile at all, but is extremely smart.
And then you're still getting Josh McDaniels, who knows how to work with these guys. So
that's why I said he fell to the perfect spot because of the McDaniels factor.
Yeah.
This is perfect. Now, how long McDaniels is in New England is still up in the air.
I see McDaniels taking over for the hoodie. I've talked about it.
Yeah, no, this is what I've wanted to happen. Yeah. When he didn't take that what was it, the Lions job?
Lions job, yeah.
Was literally on the plane flying to Detroit.
Then he said, nah, I'm good.
Then you knew that they were just like, all right. Yeah, you can have it when he's done. You can have it. Yeah. I bet you none of them figured that Tom was going to go to fucking Tampa Bay and win another title, though. That just extended the hoodie's coaching career by a few years.
That was in nobody's. Yeah. Yeah.
I did, but not last year, dude. I told you when they got him, year 2.
Yeah. Yeah, but they clicked at the right time.
Well, it was also, he wasn't making. Yeah. He wasn't losing games, and his leadership did more than his on-field play did.
And he had to run his offense. When they finally got that shit settled.
But
man,
also, dude, that defense, once the playoffs happened,
yeah, they played different. Yeah, it was.
That secondary just kept better every single week. And that's going to happen when you have to play against Tom Brady in practice.
They got talent, man. They got talent.
Yeah, no, so this is perfect for him. Good for Mac Jones. He's so happy, dude. He can't stop smiling.
So the Cardinals pick is in. Okay. So
That was quick.
Cardinals.
Yo, you know who would be dope for them to take right here?
I think Cardinals go D.
They might take that D tackle from Alabama that should not be available this late.
He's available. Yeah, I think they go defense here. And they definitely do need defensive line help. I could see them going defense right here.
You know who would be a dope pick for them though?
Who?
Because they're going all in on offense right now.
I know.
Najee Harris.
I know because they did let go Drake.
Yeah. But it's not at 16 you don't take him. You can move back and get him still.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to
They must bolster their defense. I see D tackle here.
Well, that's what I said, that kid from Alabama, but I don't see anybody even looking at Najee Harris until Pittsburgh.
Well, it's either going to be Travis Etienne or Najee Harris going to Pittsburgh. They're going to get one of them.
That's what I'm saying. So you don't take him here. You can move. I'm just saying it would be awesome if they did make that move.
Full defense here. They could even grab the Notre Dame kid, Owusu, linebacker, because they need playmakers there too. But I think they should go D tackle is what I think they should go. Oh, they got okay. So Zayvon Collins.
Well, they went D, of course.
Yeah, so I said, yeah, D, and they got okay. So they went him.
Dude.
Yeah,
they already have a pretty fucking solid defensive front, so linebacker makes more sense. It's based on need.
Wusu, so they went Collins instead. Good, but I knew they were going to go defense.
Dude, somebody is absolutely going to get a steal in that kid from Alabama.
Oh, I know. You know, the Giants could actually go that way because they let go of Dalvin Tomlinson.
Mm-hmm.
Went to Minnesota, I believe. Or he went somewhere. So,
dude, that'd be hilarious if he fell all the way down to the Bucks.
No. Let's just say 20 with the Giants right now.
I mean, he won't go that far. It's impossible. He shouldn't be on the board at this point. But this is what we talked about in this year's draft specifically is the talent at certain positions that are going to end up falling because of teams all jumping to get quarterbacks, wide receivers, corners, which we've seen. And now we've seen 2 linebackers off the board, which is surprising this early. Micah Parsons we knew was going to be early, but I didn't think another one was going to come off this early. So now,
I thought it might be a Wusu before Zayvon, but Zayvon he's a monster too.
All right, so I've been waiting to talk about this team. Now the Raiders are up.
Yeah,
the Raiders are in the Aaron Rodgers conversation.
Are they?
AFC team and swap Derek Carr and some capital and whatnot. And get Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers goes to Vegas.
Well, obviously,
the team's not any good.
They need O-line help, obviously, and they need defensive help, obviously.
All I'm saying is they are literally one of the few teams that are actually in the conversation since Aaron Rodgers actually out of nowhere became available.
Closer to California. Obviously, then
I still think the Seattle swap makes the most sense for Aaron Rodgers. It's the only one that makes sense because Deshaun Watson is so tainted right now.
So, so Vegas, you need defensive help. You need Offensive lineman help, obviously.
And Kerry, now that New England has gotten Mac Jones, they're out of the mix of taking Stephon Gilmore and draft capital and making a move for a quarterback. They're out of that mix now. They got who they wanted.
So now they don't have to offer up their best player. I got it. But so I could see Vegas going defense. You know, because we haven't had an edge rusher taken.
How rare is that?
And so they definitely need that. They were on the lower rung of teams in terms of quarterback pressures. So I could see them maybe they're the team that gets Kwity Paye, or if they've rated Jalen Phillips or even Gregory Rousseau ahead of him, but they need an edge rusher. Kwity Paye might be a good pick here for them. The defensive end from Michigan. So I think
I'm really stuck on this Aaron Rodgers thing. I'm really trying to think of what teams after these teams have drafted quarterbacks now.
Yeah.
What actual teams would make this move that are in the AFC? Cleveland.
No.
You give them Odell and Baker, and a number one for Aaron Rodgers.
No, I don't think that's a good move.
I'm just saying, what other teams? It's not going to be Baltimore. It's not going to be Pittsburgh. It's
So, in any kind of Aaron Rodgers talk. No.
It's not going to be Cincinnati. All right. It's not going to be. It's not anyone in that division. It's not going to be the Patriots. It's not going to be the Jets. It's not going to be the Dolphins. Maybe if the Dolphins could do it.
Well, I mean, if I'm the Steelers,
yeah, I would 100% do it. 1,000,000%.
if I'm the Steelers, look, I know what Ben is, and the fact that they recommitted to him, I was like, really? But if I'm the Steelers, I have to be looking at Aaron Rodgers.
But what can they give up for Aaron Rodgers is the thing.
They can't. They can't.
Well, they could give up.
TJ Watt. That's it.
They can give up
This.
Juju.
Nah, that's not enough.
Well, I mean, along with many other things.
Yeah, it's not enough. You would have to give him Minka Fitzpatrick.
What if Miami makes the move now?
They trusting in Tua. These teams that have these young quarterbacks who they've invested this highly in, they're not going to make the move.
Well, Kansas City's not going to. San Diego's not going to.
No.
The Raiders would because Gruden doesn't. Huh?
You thought Denver.
That's what I'm saying. These other teams drafted quarterbacks, so now I keep trying to think of who's left that would even make that move.
Being that Denver didn't draft a quarterback, maybe they are making a power move for Aaron Rodgers.
100% makes sense.
Because they didn't get because they still have Drew Lock. You have Teddy Bridge. You have some other. You have to make some moves.
Imagine those receivers with in tight end Noah Fant and then Hamler and
yeah, you're gonna get
Cortland Sutton
back. You're gonna get him. Who?
Alex Leatherwood.
Okay, well, I did say defense, and I said D line. So I didn't see them going this way. I thought they would have went rush edge, but they did go D. I thought they was gonna go D.
Well, like I said, nobody thought that this D tackle from Alabama was going to last this long anyway.
Well, no, it's Barman or Barwood.
That's what I thought. I was like, this isn't the guy.
No, this isn't it. No, this is another cat.
See, this happens a lot. This happens where a teammate will be taken above somebody.
So he an old tackle. Oh, okay. I thought he was a D tackle. He's an offensive tackle.
All right, so this is why this doesn't make any sense to me then.
So they've made a commitment, but like he's a left tackle. Okay.
All right, so they did remember when we did like 2 months ago or whatever. Remember they did cut like all of their offensive line.
They did.
So this makes sense now that I remember that factor.
Okay.
They did sign a couple, but they have not signed or drafted enough. They didn't have enough replacement players for the amount of offensive linemen that they jettisoned in a 1 week span. This makes sense.
And you know what? Leatherwood has also played with Tua before. They want to make Tua very comfortable.
No, that was Vegas.
I'm sorry, Vegas. Yeah, I'm bugging. Oh, I'm looking at Dolphins.
Yeah.
Below.
That was Vegas. I mean, like I said, it makes sense. They
They needed to go either side of the line, but they got rid of all their. Yeah, they got rid of all their offensive
and
linemen.
Kerry, there's always the Alabama factor. You played at Alabama, you have that stamp of NFL approval.
Yeah. So they said it's a better guard than tackle. So I mean they needed to replace several positions. You like old Rodney Jenkins.
Incognito also gone. Trent Williams.
Dolphins pick is already in.
Not Trent Williams. The dude who went back to New England.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. So Dolphins pick is in. They've already chosen their receiver. So do they go?
See, this is what I'm saying. So ESPN's draft predictor, you're going to see it. Alex Leatherwood had a 60% chance of still being available on their next pick at 46. So that he wouldn't even had to have traded back up to get that guy. So that's why I was just like,
that's crazy.
You reached a little bit, and you could have gotten that same guy and still, leveraged up more. So bad GMs, dude.
He wasn't on anybody's board like that.
I wonder if that was a Gruden pick or if that was a Mike Mayock pick.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mayock usually doesn't make reaches like that. He's usually pretty good, but that was a reach. That's why when he came up, I was so confused. I was like, "That's the D tackle, right?"
Yeah, nah, it was the O tackle. I know, I was confused too. So let's get into this Dolphins pick though. They got the receiver. So do they go O line too? I don't.
Who's left?
I don't see another O lineman that they can grab. So I think then they got to go defense. Even though they are some defensive players that sat out last year.
They could get one of those two corners are there.
Yeah, I think they may go defense here. Or do they grab a running back here?
What if they grab Najee Harris? That would be dope.
Yeah.
Or Etienne would he? Oh, see, I keep forgetting this guy was still available.
Jalen Phillips. So they grab Jalen Phillips. Yeah. Okay. So now they're starting to run on D ends. Okay. I thought they would go defense. So okay.
Well, they already had a pick to get their guy on offense, so this is definitely a defensive pick. Dude, this D tackle from fucking Alabama is still sitting there. We're getting into the territory where there's a possibility that a good team is going to end up with this guy on their roster.
Who?
The D tackle from Alabama.
Oh yeah, Barmore, yeah.
You know, we're in the territory where Indianapolis is coming up on the board. Dude, they're stacked. They're loaded.
Yeah, and they just lost. They lost somebody, a big piece on D, so they're going to want to get that back.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I'm looking at that pick coming up like he might have fell right into their lap. That's crazy because you're now getting into the territory where the first round pick there's not so much expected out of them.
Right.
We're not quite in luxury pick territory yet.
I think Jalen Phillips was actually initially a UCLA guy. Yeah.
I mean, good for him though. He stays in Miami. Didn't have to go anywhere, dude. He just went from the Hurricanes to the Dolphins.
Great. Yeah.
He literally just stayed on South Beach. That's incredible.
Good for him. I figured, they would go defense.
I know his girlfriend is happy as shit. Like he's not about to go to another city and be around all these NFL hoes. I can keep tabs on him.
Yeah. South Beach, right there. Yeah.
Plus, his family got to be happy as shit. Like, oh, but he's right here.
California. Yeah, he was a UCLA guy who transferred down.
Wonder if he's from Miami, if he like transferred back home, or if he's from Cali.
Cali guy.
He's a Cali guy. Oh shit.
Yeah, that's why he went to UCLA first, but then he had some troubles out there, and then he transferred down.
Yeah, it would have been dope if he was from Miami and he just got drafted by his hometown team. That would have been cool.
No, so he had a little couple issues or whatever.
On that scene, Aaron Hernandez fucked up the couple of issues getting drafted by your hometown team. It will never happen again.
Yeah, it's tough. So, okay, we have the Washington team. Chocolate City.
Chocolate City Bigums, baby.
So, you're not gonna select a quarterback.
No. You got Fitzmagic, and you're looking for the quarterback in the future. You already know this. Or what if Aaron Rodgers ended up in Washington?
No, I don't see it.
It's not going to happen, but they got a really good defense, dude.
They do, and they're coming together. Yeah.
So their pick is in, and since they do have a really good defense, where are we going here?
Well, they picked up Curtis Samuel to pair with McLaurin. You got Logan Thomas at tight end. So I would think that maybe you go O-lineman. I don't know what O-lineman are left.
Oh, shout out to Jordan Reed. He just retired recently. Speaking of...
Yeah. Man, good for him.
Concussion issues, retired.
Yeah, he's like one of those players that you really wanted to stay healthy because when he was healthy, he was a problem.
Exactly. He just could not stay healthy.
Stay healthy.
I'm just, speaking of Washington tight ends, shout out to fucking Jordan Reed for retiring.
I could see them going O-line here because they really do need to go O-line. But because I'm thinking about where they would go defensively, unless there's a safety that they've identified. Because I know they got Landon Collins, and
it could be one of the two quarter, Virginia Tech or Northwestern quarter.
Caleb Fraley, they could go for him.
The Virginia Tech would kind of make sense because that's home.
Yeah. So yeah, he would make sense. Yeah, he would make sense there. I'm thinking about their linebackers.
There are already two off the board, which is kind of strange. But so who's left at linebacker?
Got the Notre Dame linebacker Owusu, Kamara.
Didn't they just even though they're loaded, didn't Ryan Kerrigan, didn't he gone?
Yeah, he's gone.
All right, so there's a hole to fill then.
Yeah. I mean, Gregory Rousseau, he's the other defensive end. He sat out from the U. And you still got Kwity Paye. Still got him. He's still there.
See, that's what I'm saying. Kerrigan's not there anymore, so Kwity Paye might fit there.
Hey.
And if anybody who joins that defensive line, you're getting one-on-ones all day long, homie.
Yeah.
You got the other guy at the other end who is getting triple teamed.
I hope they don't get Kwity Paye.
Because, as a Giants fan, I could see the look on your face when that suggestion came up.
I would like to get offensive line or get the Virginia Tech corner. Let's see.
That guy makes sense, but fill in the Kerrigan hole.
They went linebacker. Oh, okay. They went out there. Oh, okay. This Davis kid is nice. Linebacker out of Kentucky. He's nice. Wow, Owusu's really dropping.
So now, Kerry, go back to what we talked about earlier. How dope the second round is going to be because now players are...
24. I know he got some speed on him.
players are dropping, and there's some unexpected picks here in this section here. So
Now it's the G's time.
round 2 tomorrow is going to be fucking dope, man.
So I'm saying we go. So Kwity Paye is still there.
Yeah.
He's still there. You got Russo. You have Owusu from the linebacker from Notre Dame. You still have the Virginia Tech corner, even though we picked up Adoree Jackson and we have Bradbury. We definitely got to go defense. So I say we probably grab Russo or Kwity Paye. Maybe probably Kwity Paye.
Well, Owuso's still there.
Yeah, Russo, he's still there.
Trayvon Mooring, the top-rated safety, still on the board.
Yeah, but we got McKinney from Alabama.
Kwity, and then Caleb Farley, the corner.
Farley, yeah, I could see us. I mean, because he could maybe if we slot him in. I think they feel good about the defensive secondary. So
and then you've got
sure a linebacker. I think we're going edge rusher.
And then you've got the other corner. And then that's just a run of offensive players from there that are the best on the board.
Yeah.
A lot of tackles coming up. Tackles, running backs coming up.
Yeah.
Round 2, man. I wish this was the old way. There was round 1 and 2 today. In a condensed time fashion.
Yeah. I think it's Kwity time. Kwity time. Yeah, I think it's Kwity time. 30 seconds. Yeah. We need an edge rusher. This is it. We moved back.
This is fun to watch. This is fun to watch real fandom because I'm not a real fan of anybody right now.
Right.
I'm a Tom Brady and like Patriots observer. So this is fun to see the optimism.
Well, you know what I'm saying? It's like when we moved back, I felt like good. What did we get back? And then who would still be available? We clearly wanted Devonta Smith. He was gone. So as soon as he was gone at receiver, I knew we were going to go edge rusher. I'd be surprised if we don't. So all of Jalen Phillips, I don't think we were targeting him. It was Kwity Paye or Rousseau or one of the linebackers. I think the linebackers that we targeted are already gone. So I think it's going to be Paye.
All right, so there's like 6 wide receivers still on the board that are notable.
Yeah, but...
Well, really 5 because they have that kid Tutu Atwell.
He went receiver here, I'll be honest.
No, I'm just saying, so...
Yeah.
Because they wanted Devontae Smith and that didn't happen.
Because I was also thinking Terrence Marshall Jr. because Daniel Jones is the type of quarterback who needs a big receiver.
That's why I'm looking at the receivers because we've talked about, you've mentioned Terrence Marshall Jr. numerous times, so...
Yeah. And I would actually like him in a G's uniform.
I think he'll definitely be available in the second, possibly third round.
That's what I'm saying. I would be surprised if we get here. Right here, you go defense. You get one of these edge rushers that you've identified could help bolster your, pressure on opposing QBs, which you absolutely need. So,
oh, dude, I didn't know Sam Ehlinger came out in the draft.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow! See, late round quarterback. I would pick him up.
I'm thinking 5th, 6th round for him.
I had no idea.
He's 4 to 6. Sam Ehlinger, he's around.
Well, so I'm looking at the quarterbacks because now that the top quarterbacks have all been taken, Mac Jones is off the board. The drop off from there to the next level is massive.
But Kellen Mond would be my first one off.
Well, you got Kyle Trask and Kellen Mond, and then Ian Book, and I didn't know Sam Ehlinger was in the draft, so I would put him in that list.
Yeah. Ian Book and Sam Ehlinger, almost interchangeable for me.
100%. But I watched Sam Ellinger play against WVU for the last couple of years, and I was like,
I was literally at the game.
yeah, he can play.
Yeah, he can play.
All right, pick is in. Who have the G?
All right, I'm thinking edge rusher. I'd be surprised if we go receiver. I'm thinking edge rusher here.
If
It's a quick time.
If you don't get a Quiddy Pay jersey, if you guys pick him, I'm gonna be pissed at you.
Listen, I played the game. The only name I wear on my back is my own.
No, but this is just too hilarious. His name is too hilarious. You have to.
this shit is
I didn't say you had to wear it. I said you just had to get it.
No.
He said no. Yeah, you're right. I don't remember the last time that I've worn a jersey.
I'm not suiting up.
The whole throwback era went way over my head.
That was cute. People wore it. It was nice. That's not me.
The last one I ever had was when Randy Moss got drafted as a rookie. I had the yellow rookie Moss jersey. That's the last one. Oh, I'm lying. I had an Akeem jersey.
You of all people had to have an Akeem jersey.
When I saw that I could actually get his jersey, I was like, I have to. There's no way. Like he's so obscure.
What is this shit with the people sitting down there?
Well, you know how usually like somebody gets up and does a couple people have gotten up and done the pick. They get up from the chair. I don't know why that guy didn't get up.
We took the wide receiver out of Florida. I was like, well, I could here.
That's
here?
what I here. That guy. Dude, he was.
I brought him up earlier, but
yeah, but he was literally like the third ranked receiver left, so they could have got him later. But like I said, maybe he's better.
Sean Bateman. We're going to do that.
Maybe he's better than his output because of having Kyle Pitts on the field, or Kyle Pitts. I don't understand this one either. This was not a good move on their part.
They were so like itchy for a fucking receiver that.
What about Elijah Moore? I thought he was like the dude.
I know he's tough, and I actually like this kid. I'm not gonna front, but I just think this was too early.
What if Kyle Trask is garbage and he just had those two guys on his offense all season?
I mean, you look at his highlight package. This is all run after catch or direct handoffs. He obviously he got wiggle, and he's tough. I get it. So you know what I'm saying?
It was just a reach. It's a reach.
You want wiggle, you want toughness, but this is a reach, bro.
Definitely could have got him in the second round.
What of? Like this was a chance to get an edge rusher.
Also,
like you monster.
You already leveraged back once. They could have traded back again and still got this guy. Interesting.
Nah, man. You could have got this kid. You could have got him later.
Yeah, 100%. So we've seen two reaches in the first round so far where they could have definitely gotten these players later. Which, that happens.
Damn. This was the biggest reach so far.
Yeah, way.
Damn.
You guys just wasted a first round pick on that guy because Quiddy Pay was there, man. God damn it.
Right there.
I wanted to hear Carrie have to say Quiddy Pay's name for the next at least 5 years.
Damn. Quiddy time. It just sells itself.
Carrie was ready to go to the game with a sign that said it's Quiddy time.
This is watch. Watch him end up in the division.
Yo, he's got a chance to have an ill name, like it's quitting time, it's quitty time, and have like the next iteration of Sean Merriman.
Closing time, Melody. It's quitty time.
He's got the next iteration of the Sean Merriman because he's doing the time clock. Every sack.
Punching it.
Punch the clock. Oh, Carrie is so upset right now. I love it.
Off America. God damn it. Oh, the whole marketing shit worked out. I would have got in on that deal.
All right, so
well, obviously, I hope the best for Kadarius Toney, obviously, but we needed to go defense there. What was our point of moving back?
All right, so now we got got the Colts on the clock.
You gotta get one of these athletic defensive monsters. You saw what happened when Tampa figured it out at the end. They just had they had athletic monsters on every level. Defensive line, linebackers, and in the secondary.
So
you got to get a playmaker on every level. And we had an opportunity, we blew that.
The Colts could possibly go wide receiver here.
I don't see that. I see them going defense.
I just don't see, unless they get the safety from TCU.
Yeah.
I don't see any, or Quiddy, but I don't know what their defensive end.
I think they would actually go D tackle. I think they could be in line to get the kid from Alabama.
They are, but I don't think. Yeah, probably.
You know what I mean? They replenish their D tackle spot. So this would be a great spot for him to go.
Yeah, they certainly didn't expect him to be there at 21 either. That's probably.
And the Giants, they don't get a guy like that with the character because the Alabama D tackle, he has like character issues. They don't get guys like that.
Yeah, that makes sense, but you still wanted, man, Quiddy Pay was right there.
I know he was right there.
It would have been so much fun. What's Russell Wilson talking about? He's always extremely positive.
He is a positive guy. That's a guy you would have a latte with.
I don't know, man. Him and caffeine is probably not a good mixture.
Probably not.
He probably doesn't even consume caffeine.
Maybe he does like a matcha.
Probably like goat milk matcha or something.
Yeah.
Organic oat milk. All right, Colts. Chris Ballard, you have made some excellent picks over the past few years.
I wouldn't be surprised if D tackle goes here, or that safety that you were talking about.
Safety makes sense.
Yeah. So I say they go defense regardless, but I say either D tackle or safety.
Well, they don't really need a corner right now.
They lost one of their linebackers though, the free agency.
Well, they still have Darius Leonard.
Owusu's still there. I don't know. They lost one of their key linebackers to free agency, so. But I don't know. I think they should go D tackle, honestly. But I wouldn't be surprised if they went linebacker here. Regardless, I think it's going to be defense.
Is Quiddy Pay? Does he have the ability to stand up and play outside linebacker also?
I don't think Quiddy Pay's a good pick here. I don't think he's a good pick for them. I think they got to go D tackle or linebacker or safety.
Yeah, this thing of people sitting at the end of this runway in this leather chair.
I don't like it.
Is that the same chair that Roger? Is that Roger Goodell's chair?
I don't know what they're doing, and I don't.
Is that his chair from last year's draft?
It's weird. This shit is weird. I don't like it. It's weird. Just hurry up and get to it.
They got the Tony Dungy impersonator look-alike as the guy sitting in the chair for Indy. This chair shit is weird, man. Yeah.
They did. I was like, they're probably gonna pick Quiddy Pay too.
Well, that's why I ask if he can play outside linebacker for them also.
Quiddy should have went to the G's, yo. Oh, gonna watch Quiddy Pay get busy on the Colts.
Yeah, because he's got so much around him also. He's going to be able to just do him.
Gonna just get busy on the Colts. Ugh.
You got DeForest Buckner beside you, you're going to do all right.
You got Darius Leonard,
Darius Leonard behind you also.
Malik Hooker. Like, you got Xavier Rhodes.
Defense is stacked, dude. It's stacked.
Ah!
Well, see, Kerry, this is what I talked about. We're getting into the territory where good teams are going to get better. We're still not quite in luxury pick territory.
Damn.
We don't hit luxury picks territory until we hit Kansas City and Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
And actually, Kansas City will probably take a lineman, so they're not even actually a luxury pick.
Right. Yeah.
And they need defensive help.
All the help on defense. So they need to go D lineman. They need to go linebacker. They need to go everything.
Yeah, so literally Tampa Bay is the only. We don't need anyone, so we're just going to take whatever.
Right. They're just building depth. There's the O line center. They need a center. Just build O line depth. Get some down defensive line depth. And then maybe a potential replacement for Levante David eventually.
Yeah. They're literally looking at like 2 years down the road at this point.
Yeah.
Which means they could easily trade out of that spot.
Yeah.
Which I actually probably see them doing, dude.
Yeah.
Unless Travis Etienne and Najee Harris are both available right there, they'll probably take one of those guys.
Yeah, I don't know if either one, the way it's looking right now, I don't know if either one gets picked in the first round. But the Chiefs could pick one of them if they're available. Because think, Le'Veon Bell's gone, Damian Williams is gone. You still have Edwards-Helaire.
They need so much help on defense, though, dude.
You need so much help on defense, though. Clearly, you got to go defense. You have to. It'd be irresponsible to do anything else.
All right, Titans on the clock. We're getting into good, like, really good team territory.
So Titans are looking what? Wide receiver? Are they looking tight end?
I think wide receiver first to replace Corey Davis.
Yeah. Yeah. Taylor Lewan will be back, so I don't think they'll go line.
No, I'm looking at probably the dude from.
They did lose. What's his face? Clowney.
This is true.
They also lost their corner.
A corner then.
They didn't keep King. So this would be a chance for Fraley to go, the corner from Virginia Tech.
Farley.
Yes, Farley. Caleb Farley. This could be his time.
Yeah. And Greg Newsom's also available, so so there are two corners right here. So yeah, they probably do take a corner.
Yeah.
But they also lost Jonnu Smith also, along with Corey Davis, so
But they still got Firsker, so maybe
they have Firsker, and this is not a spot right here where you take any tight end that's available.
So Elijah Moore, yeah, Elijah Moore could. So yeah, either wide receiver or
So I was
corner.
saying the dude from Ole Miss, yeah. He looks like the most replaceable for Corey Davis.
Or I really like Rashawn Bateman though. I think whatever team picks him up, they're gonna get a hell of a receiver. So I could see Tennessee going receiver here, but I don't know. I think you got Caleb, who was rated the number one corner for a while. You have an opportunity to grab him here. I think you get him because you Desmond King the second. I don't understand how you didn't do that,
Dude,
You lost to Torrey Jackson.
you can get another receiver in the second round.
Yeah, so I think you got to go corner here.
You're not going to get this corner in the second round.
No, hell no, no. Yeah, so I think Caleb Farley right here.
There's the receiver from Purdue is all right, apparently.
Okay.
So there are people available.
He'll be there. He'll be there.
Actually, let's look at wide receivers. The Titans pick is in. Let's look at wide receivers available. There's Moore, Bateman, Terrence Marshall Jr. still also available.
I like that guy a lot.
Rondell Moore is the dude from Purdue.
Rondell Moore. Gotcha.
And then there's Anthony Schwartz too from Auburn.
Yes.
He can play. Amari Rogers from Clemson.
Yes, I like him a lot too.
Yeah, so there's people. There's the wide receiver from USC is also in the draft.
Well, I'm saying we reached for this kid Tony. We had so many other choices.
The kid from USC, his name's Amon-Ra St. Brown. He can play.
Yes,
And
I've seen
then
him.
also the kid from Arizona State that's right after him in the rankings. That kid can play too.
Yeah.
Because I like Arizona State's uniforms. I end up watching them sometimes. That black and dark maroon shit is dope as fuck. Man.
One of U of H's old coaches coached them.
Yeah, so wide receivers available later, so no need to reach right here if you're Tennessee to replace Corey Davis.
Get Farley here. Get the Virginia Tech corner here.
This whole chair thing, man, I can't wait to watch the Pat McAfee show tomorrow morning to see them explain what this chair thing is all about.
Did you hear that they said Ryan Tannehill has emerged as an elite quarterback? He's a very good quarterback. He's not an elite.
No.
He's a very good one. He's turned himself into a very good quarterback. He's not an elite quarterback. That's ridiculous talk.
He's better than Kirk Cousins.
Yes. Yeah. But he's not elite.
It was Farley. It was right. Caleb Farley. 100%.
Farley, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it just popped up in the ESPN feed. Not the draft special, but the website.
Okay. Well, this shit must be super laggy. Because, yeah, that makes the most sense. Bang. Nailed it. Bang.
All right.
Yeah. That made the most sense.
This is the least melanin on a corner since Jason Sehorn. We're back, people.
We're back. That's funny. Nah, you also had who was that little pesty motherfucker? Who
Cortland Finnegan.
Yeah, Finnegan. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
This is true, but this guy is.
Yeah.
His mom is definitely white.
Yeah, he played hockey sack at one time in his life. He's hockey sack. Yeah. Yeah. This was an easy pick.
100%. All comedy aside, we knew this was going to happen. He wasn't supposed to be there at this point, so.
This was an easy one.
And they were lacking a corner.
He didn't fuck it up. So that's what they needed to do.
And good for him because he goes to a really good defense.
Yeah, I like that. And you have a head coach who is going to rock with you, like really, like he is definitely a player's coach.
He is, but I'm sure he's prepared for it. But boy, are they going to throw at him in his rookie season because you got Rose on the other side and then studs everywhere else. So it's coming at you, homie.
Which those are the players I love to pick. Like if I'm in a fantasy IDP league, which is individual defensive players, I love picking rookie corners because they get thrown at all the time. So
Yeah.
they have a ton of tackles, or they may luck up into an interception. Or
Well,
three.
plus also in his scenario, you're going to a team that has a great defensive front. So a lot of those throws that are coming your way are not going to be good ones. So you're going to get opportunities.
And you have an all-world safety.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah.
That's a great spot for him.
Set it pretty nicely there, kid. All right, so now we
he might have won the first. It might not even be Mac Jones. He might have been the player who fell into the best spot.
Yeah. So now we have Minnesota, which, you know, we could look at edge rusher for them.
Safety, they just the other safety just left.
We could look at safety, but they did pick up Patrick Peterson to play the other corner, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we could look at safety. They lost all their edge rushing though. Who's putting pressure on the quarterback?
No one on that team.
Exactly. So you still have Gregory Rousseau available.
You got the dude from Penn State too, Jason Uwe.
Yeah. So it's just who they have rated higher at this point. So if the safety, like what safety, the safety from what's the highest rated safety right now?
TCU. He's been the highest rated safety in the draft, so he's still there.
So, okay. I would say that he would be rated higher than the edge rushers that are available right now.
Because of where he's at and their need, because of their other safety just left.
Right. So I would say he would be the target right now.
And it's fine to get a rookie safety because you got your others. You got Harrison over there, who's a fucking all-world safety.
Exactly. So yeah, that would make sense. And yeah, because their pass defense was garbage last year.
Terrible.
So Patrick Peterson, you have Harrison Smith, you get this rookie in there, who's a top-rated safety because you lost your other safety. That makes sense to me.
100%. Easy.
Yeah, I think they go that way because, especially for what they need, I would see that they have that safety rated over the edge rushers that are available.
Right now. So now we're getting into the territory in the lower 20s where it's teams are picking for need.
Right.
It's not necessarily going to be best player available at this point. They're literally trying to fill holes. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, I can't wait to see what happens.
The players on their wish list were getting plucked.
I can't. I never before has there been a team that is so loaded going into a draft that they literally don't even need any of their draft picks, and they are Super Bowl favorites.
I know.
So this is why this draft is so funny. I want to see what the fuck do you even do.
No Super Bowl winning team has ever retained their free agents in the way that Tampa Bay has just done.
Well, you have to look at it, Kerry. Not only their free agents, they returned all 22 starters. Antonio Brown also, who wasn't considered a starter, also just re-signed, and their entire fucking coaching staff.
And normally you get rated when you win the Super Bowl, and they were able to retain. They've won free agency as far as I'm concerned.
100%, and it's crazy because they all just got on board of, let's do it again. Yeah. None of them were like, let me go get more money. They're like,
that is the power of Tom.
It is the power of Tom, but you also have to give that GM a ton of credit for making it all happen.
What I'm saying is we have this guy who still plays at this level, and we have all this talent. Let's try to squeeze 3 out if we can.
I told you from the beginning. That's the game plan. In Tom's brain, it's 3. 3 will give him 1 more than Mike. Or let's see, 3 will give him. He'll have 1 more than Bill. Excuse me. He'll have one more than Bill's total if he gets 3 total there. And he'll also...
So they did go D-tack. Oh, no, that's O-tackle. They went offensive tackle.
Interesting.
Virginia Tech, so they went to the right school. They just went on the other side of the ball.
And the complete opposite athletically. Corner to O-tackle. Interesting.
These Vikings, boy.
You don't care. I mean, we keep saying it. I always look at, could you have gotten them with some maneuvering backwards, which teams are willing to do?
Yeah, I'm not sold that this dude wouldn't have been available in the second round.
All right, so now Pittsburgh's on the clock, so this is an interesting pick.
They got to run it back.
All right.
Well, also they need offensive linemen. They need a center.
All right,
too.
so maybe they took this guy at this position because Pittsburgh needs offensive line help, and the next pick after them is Jacksonville, who has Trevor Lawrence, who's also going to try to pick up offensive line help, obviously. So maybe it was just like, well, if we don't get him right here, we're not going to be able to get him. It's not possible.
Yeah.
Then it makes sense, because without looking at that aspect of it, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Right. Yeah.
I feel like Jacksonville would have definitely taken this guy.
Sure. Yeah, you got your quarterback, now you fucking protect him. Yeah. Ocean City, Maryland. Good place. It's fun.
Yeah.
Fun place.
Good times.
This summer is
Dude.
Wait, look, I might have to make a little dip down there.
Dude, summer in New York is going to be out of fucking control.
Listen, come on now. It's gonna be in fuego. I already know.
Out of control. See,
So,
Steelers. That was
I feel like running back. What do you say, Travis Etienne?
Najee Harris fits their mold a little bit more. The Pittsburgh mold a little bit more.
I hear you.
But they also throw the ball so fucking much, the ATN makes way more sense.
You don't like Travis Etienne. He stayed at Clemson one more year specifically to work on his pass catching skills.
And like I said, their offense now literally throw it more than anybody. Which is hilarious because
The swap. What a great swap.
Because they never fucking threw the ball like that. Najee Harris is the pick. That makes sense. Yeah,
Is it in?
Yeah. Now ESPN's website is like, it's like.
Far ahead. So I knew it was running back, so they went Harris instead.
Yeah, no, I've got their website up, which is way ahead of what is actually being broadcast.
I mean, we knew they were going to go running back. They had to. They lost Connor.
So Jacksonville's on the clock, so now Jacksonville might go with one of these defensive players.
So they did it. So Harris. Okay. That makes sense.
All right, I will tell you this. He was on the Pat McAfee show. Yo, this guy's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is really, really funny. Him and Juju are going to get along.
Okay, Jaguars are back on the clock.
Defensive side, because that tackle's gone.
That tackle is gone. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's another one that's out there.
Well, Owusu's still available, and so is the safety. So you have tackles, but also ATN's available, and that's Trevor.
You need someone to team up with Miles Jack.
You do, but do you try to get Travis Etienne and Trevor Lawrence together? Do you get the band back together?
James Robinson. James Robinson proved himself to be... I hear what you're saying.
The GMs are stupid, dude. They do dumb shit like that.
If you don't go O lineman, you need to go defense. The third thing you should be thinking about is a running back here.
No, not any running back, just ETN because he was Lawrence's teammate.
I get it.
I gotta find something to talk about. These motherfuckers take 10 minutes between picks, dude.
It's not a good enough reason.
It's not at all, I know, but I gotta have something to talk about.
Yeah. Nah, but now you can still get. You got Gregory Rousseau, University of Miami, Florida right there, Jacksonville.
You got Owusu still there, the safety's still there, and Elijah Moore, Greg Newsome.
Definitely do need safety help. I could see them going safety here, but you also need another dynamic linebacker, and Owusu's a thumper. That guy hits.
Dude, Alabama's had 6 first-round draft picks already.
Wow, Leatherwood was a surprise. He was the biggest surprise.
100%.
Out of all of that.
Because their D tackle's still on the board.
High. Nobody had him rated that high to go like that.
That's why I wondered if that was a Gruden pick or a Mayock pick, because that one was weird. That was a reach. That was more of a reach than the Giants reach. You're just emotional about it because you're a Giants fan.
Come on now, I have no emotions. Zero.
Be pragmatic. That reach right there was more than the Giants.
I know. I am being pragmatic. You know I am.
Yeah. Dude, that was. I don't of all the draft research that I've done over the last 5 days, I don't even remember seeing Leatherwood's name.
Nah.
That's what I'm.
That was crazy. But then it's like, what y'all doing? But Vegas is been making these moves. Like, what y'all doing? You should have never got rid of Rodney Hudson to begin with, but y'all you've done it's been peculiar as hell. Like
stupid. It's been stupid.
Yeah. You get another running back that you didn't need. But you get rid of your lineman.
Quiddy Pay.
Yeah, Quiddy Pay would have been. That was.
He definitely had the draft's best name.
Yeah, man. I need a Quiddy Pay right there. I need a defense right there.
I wonder if the draft board room in Tampa, I wonder if they're just sitting there laughing.
Yeah, man.
Every pick that goes by, I wonder if they just laugh.
If you're New England, you are feeling very good about yourself right
100%, dude. They landed exactly who they wanted without making a single sacrifice.
Yeah.
And think about it, Kerry. When has New England been in a draft position to get a notable quarterback in the last 2 fucking decades?
Hadn't been for 20 years. That wasn't even a thought. You wasn't even. You just you kind of you lucked into Jimmy G.
Yeah,
right?
That's about it.
And then you were told to get Jacoby.
Yeah, Parcells pitched that one.
Which, he's still in the league.
And we both like him as a quarterback. That guy is a solid NFL quarterback.
Definitely like him.
I would take Jacoby over top of Kirk Cousins.
Absolutely. Yes.
And he's way cheaper.
Way cheaper. I do like him like that. So it was just recently because no one expected what's his face who took over for Brady when he got hurt in the knee.
Castle.
Nobody expected Matt Castle to get snaps. Nobody expected that.
Especially, Carol, you have to remember Matt Castle didn't even start at USC.
I know he was a backup at USC and still got drafted. How amazing is that?
That's how ill their that's what Alabama's basically like right now.
Yeah, but they're like that for receivers and backs.
Yeah, well, also defense.
Defense.
Their defense. If you play D tackle at Alabama, you're just going to the NFL. They're giving
Yeah.
you a shot.
Yeah, you're gonna get a shot. You're gonna get a look.
I feel the same thing as like corners at LSU. If you play,
I'm gonna say safety and corners at LSU, they're gonna get the same look.
yeah, if you made it onto that team, and you get some snaps, some NFL team is going to give you a shot.
It's just like linebacker or running back at Penn State.
Yeah.
I look at him. Gotta look at him.
Yeah, Penn State has had some of the illest fucking running backs, man.
Absolutely. Regardless of what their NFL careers looked like.
I'll still never forget LeVar Arrington playing at Penn State. He
Destroyed people.
Dude, he did the over the line jump into the quarterback as the ball's being snapped way before Polamalu did that shit.
Yeah.
And I've also seen LeVar Arrington in college jump the line and block kicks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is a supreme athlete.
Mm-hmm.
And his neck was fucking...
And he loved him some greenery.
Yes, he did. He was definitely on the all-time NFL neck team.
Oh, yeah. With Takeo Spikes.
Dude, Takeo Spike's neck literally, from the bottom of his ears, just went to the end of his shoulders.
With Greg Lloyd.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Greg Lloyd was like a high-level black belt also.
With Michael Pittman Sr.
Yo, Greg Lloyd was he wouldn't be allowed to play NFL in this era. He was extremely violent on the field.
Well, so was Michael Westbrook. Because he would beat up his own running back.
See, I knew it. That was Roger Goodell's chair. That's his chair that he watches football in. I fucking knew it.
Okay, so Jaguars. What are we saying here?
Safety. It's going to be the safety. Yes, Merton Hanks definitely qualifies for the all-time NFL neck team. It doesn't have to be wide. I told you, Travis Etienne. I fucking told you.
Oh, they went with Travis Etienne.
I told you it. GMs do this dumb shit. They're getting everything for Trevor, including his friend. And now they also have a third down running back. Yeah, no, it didn't make sense, but I told you this was going to happen. The GMs make these dumb decisions. That's why Jacksonville's a bad team. Even though Tom Coughlin, he's still president of football operations down there.
This is not the pick here. This was not the pick. You could have gotten a safety here. Y'all need to improve on your defense. They were one of the worst defenses last year. You go with a running back here?
I told you, they want to pair him with his homie. They're all in on fucking...
What a terrible pick. I like Travis Etienne a lot, but y'all not thinking about your team. That was bad, man. Ugh.
I told you they were going to do it, man.
That was... Ugh.
So, once again, not only do we know how the game on the field operates at an extremely high level, mind you, we also have a profound understanding of how these front offices operate, because
I know,
I told you
that was bad beats.
Yeah, it was, but I knew they were going to do it because this is a bad team. This is a move a bad team makes.
Exactly. And you know that you needed defensive help because you were one of the worst defenses in the league.
Dude, I saw this was so crystal clear. This is...
We're in most of their games, but you need to play maybe something.
Yeah, no, Flea, this is what I'm saying, man. They're going to use him as the change of pace third down back, and possibly maybe even punt returns his rookie year, because you know they don't really let you do that for too long. Maybe a couple, probably not.
You know where he was at? He was in Tool, Texas. Tool, Texas. I've lived in Texas for years. I didn't even know there was a Tool, Texas.
But I will tell you guys, bad teams are bad teams for a reason. It always starts up front.
That was a bad team pick.
And Jacksonville has been a bad team for a very long time because it starts up front.
And that's not an indictment on Travis Etienne. at all.
No, it's not. This is just not the right spot to make this pick when you had so many other holes to fill. When you just drafted a rookie running back last year.
Yeah, that was bad.
That's a Detroit Lions type of move.
Yeah, just getting another receiver on top of another receiver on top of another receiver.
Which Detroit Lions are historically a terrible team because they have a bad front office. Dude, there's only a few front offices that really, really run. Sustained for a long time because they do get purged, right? You know, the Patriots have run well for a very long time because it's Belichick running things. You know, those GMs have all gotten jobs in other places, and some of them have been a slightly successful. Scott Pioli did a good job when he went to Indy.
Absolutely.
So Casario's not doing a really good job in Houston right now, but he just started. We'll see what the fuck he does with that fucking mess.
Look at what they're doing in Buffalo.
Yeah, see?
Look what they're doing in San Francisco.
Yeah, you got Pittsburgh. They've always been run. Baltimore has been run well since they've been Baltimore. They've been run well.
He became a Hall of Fame GM. He's a Hall of Fame player, then a Hall of Fame GM.
He's Jerry West.
Yeah, easily. Yeah, easily. Identify talent. You just go and you get it, and it fits your needs and their generational talents.
All right, so the Browns pick is in. This is an interesting pick because the Browns are fucking loaded, dude.
No. So the Browns here, you know who they could get? They could get a Wusu here. They could get Gregory Rousseau here. They could, I think they go D. And I think they grab linebacker. I think they go Owusu here, but the pick is coming in right now. Or you have Gregory Rousseau sitting right there. They don't need safety, so I think they go either linebacker or D-line.
No, 100% makes sense because, dude, they are fucking loaded. This roster is loaded. Kerry, they're so loaded, this is almost a vanity pick. They almost are just like, yeah, whatever, let's get somebody.
Yeah.
Almost. Especially with the addition of Clowney. That was huge. And the returning players.
What if they get Barmore here? That Alabama D-tackle.
That would be dope.
Sheldon Richardson is gone now, so.
Plus, you also have to remember they don't need to draft a corner because Delpit and Denzel Ward are going to be back at full strength. They just drafted a corner. It was Newsome. Interesting.
They drafted a corner.
Interesting. Maybe they're looking at just depth because their entire secondary was beat up all fucking last year, so. Got to be a depth pick. And probably didn't think he might not have been available this late in the draft at 26. You know, the top-rated corners, there were 4 of them.
I think they missed an opportunity to go linebacker here.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, this Greg Newsome kid could be nice, but they missed an opportunity to go linebacker here. Linebacker or D tackle, like that kid out of Alabama, like when Miles Garrett went out because of Rona issues, and then when he came back, he clearly wasn't the same player, and he needed less snaps. But you just didn't have another guy behind him that was as good, or even like that came close.
Well, that's why I think they did the same thought process in their secondary because everyone got hurt.
Right.
Dude, they have like the youngest secondary in the league, and they're all pretty fucking dope. They've all been high draft picks.
Yeah. I thought they did enough in free agency though to solve this, which that's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm saying that they wasted it.
And this.
To solve this shit, so they should have went linebacker or D line.
And this clearly isn't a best player available pick either. That wasn't the decision making. Interesting then. I forgot about the free agency pickup in the secondary too, because they picked up everybody.
They did so well that they didn't need to do. They definitely need to replenish their linebackers and go D tackle.
So maybe possibly, since they're picking at 26, so there's a whole list of players that were not even an option for them.
Yeah.
Then maybe when the whole interview, personal workout, does he fit what we're doing, blah 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 blah. Maybe all that shit just really fit. And also, did they also look at it and think, we actually didn't think he was going to be available right here. So, but like you said, dude, they picked up like everybody's free agent secondary players this offseason.
They I feel like they could have went a better way. They could have went a better direction on this one.
1,000,000%.
A lot. So this is surprising because that GM has been making all the right moves. So this is kind of surprising to me.
It is because of what I'm going to do because of the given track record is I'm just going to trust it and see how it plays out.
Yeah, sure.
Because as of right now, he has a stellar track record.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does. So I'm like, okay, maybe you saw something we didn't see. Okay.
He did take Baker Mayfield 1 overall when there was nobody on the planet that was going to take him at 1 overall. That's for sure. And it's proven, we'll see if Baker continues to build off of or at least maintain what he did last year, because that's what everyone was waiting for.
But they have the blueprint now.
Yeah, of course they do. Dude, those running backs, that's incredible.
Now it's more so. Yeah, and bro, if you're gonna do anything, look at offensive line for the depth. Even though there wasn't an offensive line,
there wasn't anyone left.
That had a first round grade. I know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That was a reach.
Yeah, anyway. Odell's coming back, so they don't need a receiver.
So,
that D tackle made sense right there, though.
How Odell is going to come back into this offense. That's just the biggest thing because they figured it out. They're going to be so dangerous. They just have to stay healthy.
Well, as you know, that's why we always try to talk about the aspects that are so important besides the on-field play, because the non-football fanatic only sees on-field play. But that's why football's so interesting, because there are so many pieces, that there's so much involved in off-field things, especially player health. We preach player health over and over again, being the aspect of who's the healthiest going into the playoffs usually is going to end up in the Super Bowl, because
availability.
So look what happened with Tampa. We knew it. Their whole team got healthy right in the last 2 weeks of the season, and they just took off.
Line. Look, we were like, oh, this is cute. Look what happened to Tennessee's line. You lose Taylor Lewan. Look what happened to Green Bay's line. You lost Bakhtiari. You lost, these things matter.
Look what happened to Kansas City in just the Super Bowl, having Eric Fisher go down and whatnot.
Hey.
Dude, they look terrible. It was such a conglomeration of instances. You had a defense that was literally peaking at all-time great performance level through that playoff run and really peaking in the Super Bowl, and then also an offensive line that literally just fell apart right before the playoffs.
You know what? There's also... Okay, so Tevin Jenkins is the next highest rated O tackle, right? There's also some defensive... There's like a linebacker and a defensive end out of Texas. I can't remember his name, African dude, who's a monster. But I could see him being a big pick in the second round. So
yeah, dude, the second round is going to be awesome, man. I can't wait.
So I'm looking at the second round then.
We will not be doing a second round draft special because tomorrow is Tomorrow's well, it's April's beat battle tomorrow night anyway, so I already got shit to do. So I'm gonna have to end up having the draft ticker on the left screen in silence. I've always liked rounds two and 3. The Ravens, we didn't even discuss this pick. They need wide receiver help. Yep, see? There, see how easy that was?
Yeah.
That was easy.
That is an actual great pick for them. That is a tremendous pick for them. That is huge. That's a great pick.
Yeah.
Such a good pick for them.
You know, it's funny. I just noticed that all the players that get drafted in their house, instead of at whatever center they were in, they all have just NFL hats. They put on a hat that says NFL draft and not like a team hat.
Woo! Yeah, this kid is nice. He's nice. Give me that. Got a lot of give me that's.
Well,
it's just when you jump in the air and somebody's right on you and you just snatch it out.
Well, I haven't. I don't watch a whole lot of college football anymore, so I haven't really seen a whole lot of tape with this kid. But
Ooh, what a route!
He's a hands catcher, so I'm a fan. Everything's been hands, and it has not touched his body once.
Oh. I'm telling you, this was a Georgia kid. He went to Minnesota just because of the coaching.
And it helps because of his ability to make off-target catches because he's with Lamar. It's not always going to be that accurate.
And this is Lamar's biggest receiver right now. 6 foot, $190.
I'm now a fan of this guy because he looks like Greg Jennings when he's on the field.
Yeah. I've been talking about Rashad Bateman for a while.
Well, I told you I haven't seen any tape yet.
I've been talking about this kid because I would have loved it if the Giants could have gotten him. I would have wanted him over Tony. If we were going to go receiver, I would have wanted him. But I thought we should have went defense. But anyway.
Yeah, that was like a little bit of Greg Jennings mixed with Brandon Lloyd.
Yeah.
Because Greg Jennings didn't have that body contortion ability.
You know how I feel about both of those guys.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, if you guys don't know anything about Brandon Lloyd, just YouTube it.
Yeah.
That guy made the most difficult catches in NFL history.
He was the truth. Yeah, and how he got moved around to so many different teams. Like we won't ever really truly know why. But it just started in San Francisco and he continued it everywhere he went.
It's funny because he never seemed to really just make routine catches. It was always something absolutely insane.
It always, and you didn't even know how he did it.
Yeah, it was so incredible.
What? He had some of the greatest catches that didn't even count because they were just barely out of bounds.
Yeah, a ton of those. A ton.
But he still caught it. So, yeah.
Dude, he had this one, the horizontal diving catch, which is if you've played receiver long enough, you're going to end up getting one of those. But he was like this high off the ground, and he wasn't going like this or like this. He caught it. His left shoulder was along the ground. He caught it one-handed with his right hand fully extended. And it wasn't even for a first down. It was like for 8 yards or something. It was retarded. Like
type of receiver that they always had to go to replay to see if he caught it because they didn't believe that he caught it.
And got his feet in somehow.
And he got his feet in.
Yeah,
He was one of the most reviewed receivers ever because they didn't believe that he made the actual catch. But every single time he made the actual catch.
Yeah, well, what an NFL enigma.
Yeah, I know. Because he could have been one of the greatest receivers of all time.
Yeah, oh man, I'd sit there literally running through some of his plays just like... Alright, I've always thought I had a very astute eye for what's actually happening on the field. So, like, when I'm watching a game and they go to replay, I usually know before they go to replay what happened. You can pretty much tell there's some physics to and kinetics to things that you can predict, right? Not with him. Even I was just like, I don't know if he like did he really catch that? Like for real?
Yeah, he had that. Like you had to go back and watch the replay to really appreciate what this man had just done.
Yo, those Denver years were crazy.
God.
Just insane what he was doing in Denver.
Yeah.
He wasn't that big, he wasn't that fast.
With you guys for a little minute.
Yeah. I was happy. Happy. Dude, it's funny because during that, the Patriots run, basically every player outside of Ozakim that I was a mega fan of ended up on the Patriots roster, at least for a day, for camp.
Yeah. To me, my favorite free agent that ever went to them was Corey Dillon. Yeah, I was happy for Corey Dillon because he got out of Cincinnati. He actually, like all that work he had put in, it actually bared fruit because he got him a chip.
Not only did he get him a chip, he had over 1,600 yards that year and proved that he was really that motherfucking dude. I mean, all the yardage he had playing for a terrible team for a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't call him clock killing Corey Dillon for a reason.
It was questioned that if he was only getting all this because he was with a terrible team. It was like, nah, this dude is really ill, and it's because he's so good that he got drafted by a terrible team.
Yeah, I know, and then he goes to New England, and they're just like, no, he's really good. We're actually going to base our offense around him.
Yeah. He was a monster.
Yeah.
That's like...
I loved it that he proved his point and said, fuck y'all, I'm out the league, I'm leaving.
And then I'm done. Yeah.
And then you never heard another word. He doesn't do interviews, nothing.
Hippie.
I'm out. All right, the Saints. Who did they pick? Who the fuck is Peyton? Oh, it's H-Town. That's you.
H, yeah, Coug in the building. Let's go, baby. Cougs, baby. Let's go, Cougs. Let's go, Cougs. Yes, sir. Oh yeah, he got busy. He definitely got busy. This is a little surprise, though. I'm not gonna front.
Rousseau was still available, dude.
This is a little surprise, though. But Cougs, though,
Rousseau, also that defensive end from Penn State is still available. And then they also have a defensive end from Washington rated above this guy. So it's a little bit of a surprise pick.
Yeah. But I will say, U of H's defense, because we were highly rated for the majority of the year.
Yes.
And it was based on our D, really.
All right, so you also, one thing that we haven't brought up, sometimes these players, it's not, I know I attributed it to interviews. I spoke too much weed. Scheme fit.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't brought up scheme fit. There are some players who are drafted because they fit the scheme.
Because listen, William Jackson, which is a U of H guy, he was in the Bengals for a while. Now he got,
Well, the Packers wasted no time, dude.
The Washington team, William Jackson. It's just like how you fit scheme wise.
Yeah.
But he's one of the top corners in free agency.
Well, the Patriots were masters at drafting based on scheme.
Okay, so the Packers pick is already in.
That's what I just said. The Packers already picked, dude.
So they had whoever they had queued up.
What if they just drafted a wide receiver out of desperation to try to appease Aaron Rodgers? That would be hilarious.
Elijah Moore? Is he still there?
Yeah. Look at that sad draft room. Look at that shit.
Go defense here, no?
Look at that terrible draft room.
I know. Because most of the people are probably in California trying to get Aaron Rodgers to not leave. So are we thinking defense here or offense?
I think because they're so bad at this, I think they draft wide receiver out of desperation. They've never drafted a wide receiver in the first round, and I think they finally do it when he tells him he wants to leave. This is perfect NFL theater.
They should go linebacker. But
Yo, this is how dope Aaron Rodgers really is, and even Brett Favre also. But especially Aaron Rodgers. The Packers have the worst front office in the NFL, but are still successful.
Mhm.
They draft terribly, and they don't make moves in free agency.
Do you know that Bart Starr, 17 years, Brett Favre, 17 years. Right now, Aaron Rodgers, this is 17 years that he's played for the Packers. Like their greatest quarterbacks of all time played 17 years for them.
Do you think they do? They can't be. They're so stupid, dude.
Superstitious like that?
Yeah, they're
No.
so dumb, dude. You have fucking Aaron goddamn Rodgers playing at this level.
Make sure that he retires. You should have made sure that Brett Favre retired there. I don't know.
I can kind of understand the whole Brett. Listen, Brett,
Like in and out, in and out.
you're in and out, and this guy right here,
Yeah.
this
yeah,
guy in practice has been absolutely dominating our starting defense. So I think we kind of need to play him.
He was there for years. He was just marinating for a few years.
And Kerry, you played enough. Yo, most of the dopest plays in the history of football are done in practice.
Oh yeah, you already know.
So imagine the things that he's done to people in practice, and then while Brett was the starter, and they were just like, dude, we got to get him on the fucking field, man. Brett. So the Packers picked a corner.
Oh. So did they pick
Stokes. I don't know who he is. Corner from Georgia. I don't know. Dude, they're terrible. This GM that they have right now, he sucks.
I thought that they would go defense, but linebacker. You still have I this was
Dude, this is a quarter that only weighs 180 pounds. That's not good. You don't get thrown around by big receivers in the NFL.
this is a and Green Bay has picked a multitude of defensive secondary guys over the past 3 drafts. They needed to go linebacker or D line here.
They are consistently bad at this and somehow keep winning football games. It's all Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. So they cannot let him go.
They can't, because, dude, like, all right, so you have Tom Brady, who clearly is a culture setter.
Yeah.
But the Patriots front office, including ownership, is so good at what they do that, of course, they were going to win. That's how you win fucking 6 titles.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers is so fucking gifted at playing quarterback that it's astonishing that he only has 1 Super Bowl.
It's despite of. Yeah.
Because it's not only arm talent, he's the skill of playing quarterback. He's fucking incredible. Jeff George had arm talent.
Yeah, that was.
All right, so shout out to my twin nieces, who are today have advanced to the state championship game for girls basketball in West Virginia.
Bam, 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 bam.
I've been talking to them because they're sophomores. This is the first basketball team from my high school that has ever even made it out of regionals and made it downstate, ever.
So they're a big deal.
Yeah, dude, football and wrestling.
They're like they're like the Collins boys or the Lopez brothers.
So I've been talking to them, like, trying to give them some knowledge and motivation, and telling them that it really doesn't matter what happens when you're down there, that you're building the foundation for your state title that you're going to get either next year or the next year.
Yeah.
And dude, they just made it to the championship. I just got the text from my sister. So shout out to you guys. Congratulations. I will be texting you later. So they play Saturday.
Easy Ed Oliver, U of H. They're talking Bills now. Shout out to your twin nieces, Dobity Dub Dubs. They should be bringing home a chip.
Dude, they bring home a chip early? Oh, man, the expectations for the next 2 years are through the fucking roof. But that also brings opportunity, so seize the opportunity while it's there.
So now we have the Bills here. The running backs that they thought would still be there, they thought potentially Najee Harris or Travis Etienne.
I was just about to say the running backs aren't there anymore.
They're not there anymore, so now they got to think maybe O-lineman or maybe a playmaking linebacker.
Well, Owusu's still there.
Owusu's still there.
And
you
then
still
Barmore's still there, and honestly, it's got to be one of those two. If I'm their GM, I'm taking it's between those two.
Yeah, keep building on that on the defense.
You got a really good secondary. You don't need
lineman that has a first-round grade that's left.
Just the one from this is Tevin Jenkins. This is the offensive line that I've been telling you about. He's the one I would take. He's the one that wears glasses.
Okay. Oh, so if he's available, then they should grab him.
He's the guy that everyone's just like, yo, he's a fucking monster.
Okay. So then they should grab him because I think they should go O-line.
Yeah, that's the guy. So it's nuts that he's still available this late.
Yeah, so I think they should go O-line, but if not, then they need linebacker or D tackle help.
All right, so yeah, I'll throw Jenkins in the mix for the one of the three that I would pick if I were them. Look at ain't a mask going in that building. I love it. We beat the Roni.
Oh, they're in Cali too.
He looks like Tracy McGrady.
Or Belinda. I don't even know where that is.
Oh, see, I see a couple masks there. There's some. It's funny, it's been 2 years in a row that the drafts have all been basically held in people's houses, the draft parties.
No. This is so long. Jeez, this is such a spectacle. Let's get to it.
You know what, Kerry? The funny thing is, it doesn't even deserve to be a spectacle right now because it can't be.
It can't be. Come on. What are we doing?
I told you it's going to be a 4-hour journey. We started at 8, we're at 11:50, and we're on pick 30, so it's going to be 4 and some change. That shows you how committed I am because I am fucking starving.
So they took them. Okay. So that's why I said they got to go D lineman. I was like, it makes sense for them to go D line.
Yeah.
I said linebacker or D line.
I mean, it's not like they're absolutely loaded at every position, but it is a very, very good team.
I wanted the G's to grab Rousseau too.
Well, see, so you have to understand what this is an indicator of. If you guys are not draft watchers, the fact that he was picked this late, he's at the draft in the year of the Roni, which means they only brought in actually a very few. They only bring in the people they think are going to be in like the top 16 to 20 picks. And he was at the draft and he was still available here. And this is what we talked about.
Yeah.
These linebackers, safeties, there hasn't been a safety or a D tackle picked yet. These positions, center, I haven't even seen a center on the board yet.
Nah. Not
One
even.
tight end only because he was a generational talent.
Multiple teams that need centers.
That's what I'm saying. So you're going to see the second and third round run on these positions. Tight ends also. It's going to be really interesting. And this is where championship teams are built at, is in the next couple rounds. You might swing and hit a home run in rounds like 6 and 7. It's very rare. But it's rounds like 2 through 4 where things really happen. Which is why the Patriots were always masters at.
Win your chips. That's where you win your chips.
Which is why you always saw them for 2 decades trade out of round 1, get in multiple picks in rounds 2, 3, and 4, and just load up in those rounds. And get contributors across the board.
And you're paying less.
Paying less. You get special teams players who also double as your, rotational players.
Who just going to be a Hall of Famer as a special teamer.
Yeah, as he should be.
As he should be.
If Devin Hester gets into the Hall of Fame, Matthew Slater gets into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Devin Hester is a must in the Hall of Fame.
Guaranteed.
Not even a question.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's the greatest of all time at a kind of obscure position where no one has really gotten in as just that position, really.
Yeah.
But when you're picked by the NFL as one of the 100 greatest players who have ever existed, you're obviously going into the Hall of Fame.
And he was a weapon, so much so that teams had to scheme around him.
Yeah, incredible. So, I look at Matthew Slater as not necessarily so much of a weapon, but the leadership that he brings combined with the absolute otherworldly greatest of all time at what you do, which is just affect the game on special teams.
So for me, for my tastes, the one of the greatest to ever do it was Raina Thompson, and he played for Giants for a long time, right? I've never seen anyone get down the field like as a gunner do it better than Raina Thompson until I saw Matthew Slater.
Yeah.
I saw, this guy is different.
He's different at it. He always makes the correct decision. He's always where the ball is incredible. And if he doesn't make, like, if the returner is trying to make a play on it or whatnot, he's always going to make the tackle. It's almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
We had this player my freshman years, first 2 years in college, and this little white dude in his 40 time was like 4 or 5 and some change or something. First one down on kickoff team every time, didn't matter. I could not beat him it did not matter how fast I ran. Out of here, gone. Special teams ace.
Yeah, some people just ace like that. I've been a gunner and I've done the whole thing.
I loved special teams. I loved it because you could affect the game in a major way.
Especially when you put that first lick. I needed special teams early to get the first hit out the way. Now I'm in the game.
I feel like in special teams you can make the most momentum switching plays.
And I would say special teams wise, because I was on kickoff. Well, I was on all of them really. I was literally on all the special teams. Actually, I think about it. But kickoff, like to start the game every time we kicked off, I loved it because I needed that first bang to like get me really. Now I'm in the game.
The opening kickoff for me was just a 40. I'm on the outside on the farthest one out. I'm just running and keeping funneling people in.
I was like, I was one of the inside, so like I was dipping and diving in. So I was dipping and I was dodging people, so I was always one of the first down to make tackles. So I was always in the mix of the tackle.
All right, so my freshman year, so you know how when you kick off, whichever side you're kicking off to, that outside guy's job is literally just to funnel them back into the traffic. But the other outside guy's job is not to funnel them into traffic. You're too far away to do that. Your job is to cut across the middle of the field in case they break through the first one.
Hmm.
I got to do that job my freshman year, dude. I made so many fucking tackles because you're literally just getting to run around freely.
And they don't see you because they're focused. Their eye is focused on the other
You're
side.
coming from the side completely, just free.
You're getting them by the ankles or like blowing them up, causing a fumble. Yeah,
But as a returner, that is a giant momentum swing, especially a punt return.
yeah.
A kick return is big, especially if they just scored and you erase that score instantly.
Hell yeah. And I love blocking for the returners. I wanted to more so, like, I had a couple shots at being a punt returner. Uh, but the problem is that every time I got a chance to return, there were other guys who were supposed to be my blockers who also wanted to return, so they were looking to get the ball themselves. So I never had like proper blocking in front of me.
You're a little bit tall to be a punt returner, too.
Yeah, but yeah, true. But I was a hard tackle. It was hard. I was a hard tackle. So
You would have to be the punt returner at that tall.
yeah, and also, I mean, my speed. I was a fast dude.
So much required in changing directions as a punt returner.
Yeah. So I was a tough tackle and I had speed. So I was able to talk myself into it.
Nice.
Um,
I was low to the ground and built for speed. It was just perfect.
yeah, and quickness, of
Yeah.
course. But blocking, ooh.
And I could Randy Moss it where locate ball and then look down.
Yeah, that's a good
Set everything up and then look up, catch, and then take off.
But what I realized is that I loved blocking also for the returner because you could just blow people up, like 2, 3 people up at the same time.
All right, the Ravens. Did the Ravens already pick? Oh, they just traded. They traded for the Chiefs. See, the Chiefs didn't need anybody, so they. Oh, this is the Orlando. This is the fallout from the Orlando Brown trade.
Yeah, Chiefs ain't playing. They like, we protecting this dude.
So the Ravens, maybe they go with the safety because they already picked up a wide receiver.
Well, they also lost their linebacker.
Well, there's no really top that the D tackle from Alabama is still there.
Who's just the type of player that they would give? Barmore is the type
Oh,
of
I
player.
forgot Owusu. I don't see it. He's up at the top of the list. There he is. Yeah, I can see him going there. They went.
Linebacker. Okay, away. Okay. So
I've
they
been
went-
talking about him all night. That's the one that looks like Tracy McGrady.
Yeah. So I was they lost their linebacker. I figured they was going linebacker. Yeah. They was gonna go defense. No question.
All right, good for him because he gets to tell everybody he was a first round pick.
Yeah.
All right, finally, the last pick of this goddamn marathon that we're in. And it's what I've been waiting for because it's just like, what the fuck do you do when you have everything? So,
Their pick is already in.
yo, Bruce is not playing, yo.
Their pick is already in.
They just like,
Targeted.
yo, I wonder if they that they dartboarded it. All right, that's the guy. Take him.
I feel like it may be a defensive player.
That D tackle.
Yeah.
Sue's not going to be around forever.
Right. I feel like and if anyone can reach him, it would be Bruce Arians. That's a Bruce Arians guy. Barmore is a Bruce Arians guy.
100% makes sense. That's why it was so quick. Maybe they were like, there was no way we thought this guy was going to be here.
They thought he would fall this far.
And
you're not going to go in that locker room, a Tom Brady locker room, being a fucking asshole.
I was just about to say, you also have the Tom Brady effect. Like, you literally don't even have to have a conversation with this kid.
It has to be Barmore. It has to be. It was defense all the way. It has to be Barmore. And you have Sue in front of you.
That's why I said he can learn from Sue. Sue can teach him not to be such an asshole as he's learned not to be such an asshole later in his career.
You're correct.
And I'm telling you, the Tom Brady effect weighs huge. Yeah, if you could bring AB into this locker room and have him fucking get straight. Anybody.
This would be amazing.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
They'd be right up there with New England on winning the first round.
Yeah, this would be a great pick for them. Yeah.
Second round's going to be dope, man. There's a bunch of.
It's gonna be a monster round. This has to be normal. Come on. Ooh.
Remember, I said there's a linebacker rated pretty high from Washington. It's this guy.
Levante David. I said they needed someone to replace him.
So, like I said, this was a replacement pick at the Sue one or now the David. So it makes sense. But so as we wrap up this first round, the clear winner, Patriots getting Mac Jones without having to do any moves.
Look at this. So he needs to be coached up, and he will be coached up. So this is actually a great fit for him.
Yeah,
also.
see, it fits. See, it all fits for this one. Works.
This is a perfect example of player organizational fit. This is a great organizational fit for them, and for this player, this is a great organization for him.
All right, yeah, you guys might have lost the first round. You guys might have the worst first round grade. Great.
Yeah, no.
Great. Yeah, Patriots, you killed it. Getting Mac Jones without having to make one single sacrifice was unheard of.
And someone like Gettleman, who claims to do the hog molly shit, he builds from the line. You had opportunities to do that tonight, and you didn't do it.
The Lions also, with Penny dropping all the way to 7, the Lions got a great one there. I'm just watching the first round go back again to see who killed it.
I would say everyone in the NFC East got better.
All the Bears getting Justin Fields, making that move. That was good for them.
I would say if I was to rank the NFC East and who got better, the Giants would be the last team.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. You guys might have had there were 2 teams that really reached. I'm too high to remember the other one, but the Giants were definitely one of them.
I would say out of the NFC East, Cowboys won. Eagles definitely won.
Yeah, Eagles got.
And Washington did very well.
Yeah, everybody did well except you guys.
Yep. Exactly.
I mean, typically in the first round, it's like you get the first couple picks, which are terrible teams, so they usually do pick quarterbacks. And then you get those middle rounds, which this one was the middle round where we're kind of like, oh, I didn't expect that right there. And then you get.
Let's talk about our first round disappointments.
You get. Hold on, let me go back and see. Let me pull it up so I can.
So off top, first round disappointment, obviously Giants. Cleveland. Going corner there.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing to do, but that also is an absolutely loaded roster.
But you had linebacker and you had D-line that you could have really advanced yourself.
All right, so we also have to take into account that a lot of these free agent moves are all one-year deals.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of these players aren't going to be in these teams that they've moved to longer than a year. So I'm just trying to justify it.
Mm-hmm. Carolina going J.C. Horn.
That one was weird.
When you need offensive line help to help, you did Sam Darnold no favors.
I would say that the Jets also did well because they got a quarterback and moved back up and got a guard.
They traded right back up, and I said they were going to go O-line, and they went O-line, and yeah.
All right, the other one. This was the biggest. All right, you guys didn't reach the most. I'm going to take the Giants off the hook. The fucking Raiders with that Alex Leatherwood pick was the biggest reach.
That was really peculiar. Like, yeah, the Raiders were in a position to just make such a splash, and they didn't.
All right, so another team that I think won the first round, and also because they've been building draft capital for the past few years, is the Dolphins. They did well with their first 2 picks.
Yes.
They got Jalen Waddle, and they were able to get Jalen Phillips.
They did. They got 2.
Another winner is the Colts getting Kwity Paye, him falling all the way down to 21.
No, they got them wanting Kwity Paye. They did.
Yeah.
They did.
The Steelers, good for them in getting their target in Najee Harris.
Yeah, that was pretty much guaranteed.
All right, another disappointment massively. I'm going to agree. This is a disappointment, but I saw it coming from a mile away. Etienne to the Jags. That was completely unnecessary. I knew it was coming, though. It was so obvious.
No defense.
It was too obvious, dude.
Yeah, I know. That was... Yeah.
All right, so Baltimore getting Rashad Bateman. Good pickup for them.
Huge. Big. And then they got defense. Yeah,
Green Bay also swung and missed again by drafting Eric Stokes, the corner, which wasn't even on anyone's board.
So we have to just speak it out.
They're terrible. They hate Aaron Rodgers.
Who's gonna step in and say shit needs to change in Green Bay? Because we haven't figured this thing out.
You know who I feel the worst for? Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
He's probably looking at him like, dude, you can't leave me here by myself. I will literally be by myself. It will be just me.
Yeah.
He's going to demand a trade.
Aaron Jones also re-signed. So Aaron Jones is still there.
So, given what we saw, the run on first round early on quarterbacks.
On. Bears got Justin Fields. Good on you. Bears.
Yeah. Good for them.
Huge.
So, given the run on quarterbacks in the first round, and it's still the big elephant in the room now, where is Aaron Rodgers going to end up? Because now first round quarterbacks have been picked. From here on, any quarterback that's picked from here, they're not expected to do anything unless somebody gets hurt and they're forced to start.
Right. Which you know, I'm thinking about. Obviously, I've been bringing up Kellen Mond a lot. If the right team picks him and he gets into a situation where a quarterback gets hurt, Kellen Mond has the type of ability to be the next Dak.
Exactly.
In terms of a quarterback got hurt, now Kellen Mond is in, and now Kellen Mond is the starter. And that's it. Now you move forward with Kellen Mond. He has that sort of ability. So I'm really interested to see who's going to pick him up.
All right. So what if now I'm just trying to run through even possibilities.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go in reverse.
Yeah.
Because this is so intriguing. I was playing golf all day. I didn't even know this shit happened.
Yeah.
So Tampa, they're not. Tom's not leaving.
Yeah. No.
Baltimore, it's not happening.
Right.
At Kansas City, no. Buffalo,
Right.
not moving on from Josh Allen. They love that guy.
Exactly.
Cleveland, it's not going to happen.
No.
It's not going to happen.
No.
All right, Jacksonville, it's not happening.
Obviously.
So we now have it. They won't trade. It won't happen with Minnesota. It won't go in division. They're not even talking about it in conference, let alone in division.
Right.
So then you look at, like you said, Pittsburgh. Intriguing. I think he kind of fits. It would work there. It would work. It would work. Also, another team drafting late. What if the Saints got fucking Aaron Rodgers?
About that, and I actually texted some people about that earlier, but they did not want to hear that because all of their teams are literally in the NFC South. It was a Minnesota fan, it was an Atlanta fan, and it was yeah, yeah, they didn't want to hear anything.
So then you got Tennessee. They're set. They like Tannehill.
Yeah.
They like that situation. The Colts, even though they just made the move for Carson Wentz,
Nah.
it's not going to happen. Washington would be awesome.
They are a possibility. Yeah.
Miami,
No.
no. So then you have the Raiders, Vegas, which is a possibility.
It is a possibility, yes.
And then the Cardinals, not happening. The Patriots, they just got Mac Jones. I don't see that happening now unless they trade Mac Jones. But the Packers already have their quarterback of the future on the roster.
Yeah.
The Jets is out. The Chargers are out. The Cowboys are out. The Bears are now out of that race. The Eagles, I think they're going to stick with Jalen Hurts.
You should only be looking at AFC.
I know. I'm just running through the entire fucking.
Yeah, right. Eagles.
Eagles, it's not going to happen. Broncos. Definitely.
Now we're talking. Yeah, now we're talking.
Definitely. Carolina's not happening. They're not. They can't make that move. The Lions, that's in division, is not happening. The Bengals are set. The Falcons. That's a far outside chance.
Yeah.
Really far down the road because the Falcons.
No, you're just gonna keep the one you with.
What if they trade Aaron Rodgers for Julio Jones and some assets?
I hear you, but no.
I'm just throwing shit against the wall at this point. San Francisco was the front runner for that,
Still was.
but now they have Trey Lance, and Green Bay already has a Trey Lance on their roster. He sat in the stands and in the owner's box, and that's it. So it's really looking realistically coming down to the Broncos and the Raiders.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to those two. So realistically, look at what the Broncos and the Raiders have to give up to get Aaron Rodgers. The Raiders would definitely get rid of Derek Carr. They don't give a fuck. They hate that guy. Which doesn't make sense because he can really play.
They don't love him as much as they pretended to.
Yeah. What if... No, he's they already traded that guy.
Oh.
Khalil Mack.
Oh, yeah. Done. Bye. Yeah. Nope.
I was just like, that would be a piece that would work. He's already been gone. I'm
Not an asset big enough. It's not an asset big enough.
Yeah. Interesting. So, probably Denver.
Yep.
It seems like Denver's more likely.
And Elway did this before with Peyton.
You know what? There you go. Home run.
You do this when you've already had a legendary quarterback, and it's like, oh, well, I can get him in his last few years. So he's done this before. That's his best. He doesn't know how to evaluate this new talent, but he knows how to evaluate the quarterbacks who have done it for years.
No,
So,
that's the nail in the coffin. It's definitely going to be them because he can pitch that, and he's a great salesman. He's got like 40 car dealerships and shit.
Miller's coming back.
Yo, Peyton Manning's totally going to give Aaron Rodgers a phone call.
Yeah, it's right there. You're already on the West Coast. You want to do Jeopardy? You're just mere hours away. Yeah, you could do it. Whatever you want. You play 3 years here, we may go to the Super Bowl twice.
Yo, and I guarantee you they will pitch that. Dude, you want to go do Jeopardy during the off season? Have at it. We do not care.
Aaron Rodgers in the Denver Broncos uniform. Don't be surprised.
Wow, John Elway's definitely going to try to make that happen. And honestly, we just went through every team in the fucking NFL. There's not very many that can even, with it happening so close to the draft. Now, if this news would have came out 2 weeks ago, I think you would have seen something big happen.
Or like a bigger power shift. But yeah.
Happening today, sometime this after hours before the draft, when teams have already like set their drafts. Like, this is the quarterback we want. Like the Patriots already guaranteed that if they played out the way which they probably saw it playing out, because we saw it, one Justin Fields or Mac Jones, when Trey Lance got picked, that one of them was going to fall there, and they didn't even have to make a move.
And we said it. It was like if San Francisco grabs Trey, Mac Jones is going to the Patriots.
We knew it.
It was there.
It was there, so they probably saw it the same way. So, interesting. Fucking Aaron Rodgers is a Bronco. I fucking hate the Broncos, yo.
Don't be surprised, yo.
All right, so who do the Broncos? Oh yeah, we already talked about all that young receiver talent. That's all fun, and Noah Fant and
Portland Sutton.
They did just let Lindsey go. Philip Lindsay's gone though. But whatever. It's Aaron Rodgers. Look what he does with his trash ass roster he gets in Green Bay. All right, so we have survived the marathon, homie. I appreciate the effort and the time. I'm going to go eat because I haven't eaten today. I stayed with you guys and watched this motherfucking 4-hour draft.
Same.
So, yeah, shout out to all the teams that did well. There were probably 4 or 5 of you. What the fuck are you doing to like 4 teams, including the G-men? What are we doing out here? We can't judge everybody. You can't judge the draft on just...
Yeah, gotta wait for these next couple rounds, and then so I'm reserving my judgment for now.
Yeah, I've stated it for weeks now that rounds 2 and 3 in this one are going to be really important. So I'm definitely not doing this again tomorrow. So okay, we'll definitely be texting about the shit that goes on though, because there are going to be some moves made. Yeah, whatever. I'm out of here. Fuck this shit. It's been a marathon. I'm done.
Chat soon. All right, one.